Chapter 2279. I was just passing by and didn't expect to encounter such a thing. At that time, my cultivation was only at the Third Order Origin King realm, so I could only watch from afar, so I saw everything, Yang Kai added. What? You were a Third Order Origin King at that time? Gao Shan and Lu Shui were stunned for a while before realizing something and exclaiming. If what Yang Kai said was true, then he was only a Third Order Origin King 2 years ago, but now he was already a Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. It was almost a year for him to advance a minor realm. This kind of promotion speed was simply terrifying. If he continued to grow at this speed, wouldn't he be in the Third Order Dao Source Realm next year and the Emperor Realm the year after that? Of course, it was not easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to break through to the Emperor Realm, but Yang Kai should be able to do it in 10 or 20 years, right? What's more, Gao Shan and Lu Shui had heard that this boy had swallowed an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm were much higher than ordinary people. When they thought of how the two of them had been pursuing the Emperor realm for most of their lives, but still couldn't touch the threshold of the Emperor realm, while this boy had the hope of breaking through at such a young age, the two old men couldn't help but feel upset. All kinds of emotions welled up in their hearts. So, Yang Kai spread his hands. Ning Yuan Cheng's death has nothing to do with me. Ning Yuan Shu frowned, not knowing whether to believe him or not. After a moment of silence, he suddenly came to a realization. Then what about my big brother's things? I heard that you used a ship artifact of my Flying Saint Palace. Where is that artifact? Also, my big brother bought a fire attribute artifact spirit at the auction. Where is that artifact spirit? What are you talking about, young palace master? I don't understand. Yang Kai squinted at Ning Yuan Shu. Don't play dumb. Ning Yuan Shu was furious. My big brother is dead, but his things still belong to my Flying Saint Palace. This young master needs to get them back. Yang Kai scratched his face and said, don't be like this. Flying Saint Palace is a big family. 1 or 2 ship artifacts are nothing to us. Since it's nothing, give it back to me. Ning Yuan Shu shouted. AI. Yang Kai sighed and said, all right. To tell you the truth, the ship artifact has been destroyed. Destroyed? Ning Yuan Shu's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. That's a Dao Source grade ship we're talking about. It's capable of withstanding the onslaught of any cultivator below the Emperor realm. It's impossible for it to be destroyed so easily. Even my Flying Saint Palace doesn't have many such ships. Yang Kai said seriously, it was destroyed by the masters of the Emperor realm. The ship artifact was indeed destroyed. It had been smashed to pieces by Auntie Feng, who had taken Mo Shaoqi away. Auntie Feng was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. What's the big deal about destroying a ship? Later, in order to compensate Yang Kai for his loss, Auntie Feng gave Yang Kai a wooden boat artifact. Although it was not as large and magnificent as a ship, it was simple and light, making it quite convenient to use. The corner of Ning Yuan Shu's mouth twitched when he heard this. Who the hell did you provoke? Gao Shan was also surprised. You fought with a master from the Emperor realm? You didn't die? For a moment, the people of Flying Saint Palace were all shocked by Yang Kai. It wasn't really a fight. Yang Kai's face turned red. It's just being ravaged. Fortunately, that senior didn't have any intention of killing us. Saying so, he continued, besides, after Ning Yuan Cheng died, that ship became an ownerless object. It belongs to whoever finds it, and since I found it, it naturally belongs to me. What are you still blabbering on about? Good. Ning Yuan Shu shouted, even if the ship was destroyed, what about the fire attribute artifact spirit? It said that the artifact spirit has already gained sentience. Yang Kai sneered, young palace master has already said so. The artifact spirit has already gained sentience, so of course it ran away. Ran away. It's not like you haven't seen the power of an artifact spirit that has gained sentience before, Yang Kai sneered, referring to the artifact spirit of the demonic battle weapon. Hearing this, Ning Yuan Shu's expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered the scene of the artifact spirit flying into a rage and couldn't help but look a little shocked. So, there's nothing left? Gao Shan frowned. What else can there be? Didn't I already give you an explanation? Yang Kai chuckled. As for the other master of your Flying Saint Palace, Fu Si Tong, well, this person is very strong. Even if I say that I killed him, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Look at you, you don't have the ability to do that. Ning Yuan Shu sneered and said sarcastically, City Lord Duan has already said that Elder Fu's death was caused by the erosion of the demonic qi. That's it. Yang Kai clapped his hands and grinned. Then our misunderstanding is resolved. Don't bother me in the future and say that I harmed the people of your flying Saint Palace. Young Palace Master, I think you're a good person. In the future we can get along well and be good friends. Upon hearing him say the word good friend, Ning Yuanshu couldn't help but look around in fear that the demonic artifact spirit would attack again. You don't have the final say? Gao Shan slowly shook his head. Then what do you say? Yang Kai's face turned cold. We don't have the final say, Lu Shui added. Then who has the final say? Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Gao Shan said, if you really have a clear conscience, you might as well return to the Holy Palace with us and explain to the Palace Master in person and let him decide. That's right. Lu Shui also nodded, we need to return to the Holy Palace. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Gao Shan meaningfully. Two protectors, are you misunderstanding something? What? I'm willing to explain this to you not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to cause trouble for no reason. Believe it or not, but if you dare to provoke me for no reason, ha ha ha. As he spoke, his face was full of smiles but his eyes were cold. Gao Shan and Lu Shui inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines and suddenly felt a sense of danger, causing their pupils to shrink. On second thought, Yang Kai had a close relationship with Elder Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. Elder Gao had just asked him in front of many people to find her in her room at night. With this relationship they didn't dare to make a move against Yang Kai again. Otherwise, if they angered Gao Shueting, their lives would be in danger. Even if the Palace Master came in person, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai unless he was taken away without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui suddenly felt that the situation was a little tricky. Gao Shan said, Young Master Yang, if you don't want to go back to the Holy Palace with us, it's fine, but you have to write us a letter so that we can show it to the Palace Master. Otherwise, the Palace Master will blame us for neglecting our duties and not accomplishing anything in Maplewood City. It's none of my business. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Don't, Young Master Yang, let's talk nicely? Gao Shan begged. Get lost. As Yang Kai spoke, he put the myriad sword in front of him and said fiercely, I'll say it one last time, if you still insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of source chi rose and a pure divine sense burst out, enveloping Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were shocked. They only felt that the figure of the young man in front of them suddenly became extremely tall, blocking all the light in front of them. The aura he released was like a mountain pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. It was not until this moment that the two of them suddenly realized that Yang Kai's strength was not under Luo Yuan's. It felt like a moment but also like a million years. When the two old men came back to their senses, Yang Kai was no longer in front of them, and their backs were wet and uncomfortable. They looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. This person can't be provoked anymore, Gao Shan said in a deep voice. Gao Shan said in a deep voice, a look of lingering fear on his face. He was subconsciously telling himself that if he continued to provoke Yang Kai, he would really end up provoking him into a massacre. And Lu Shui wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded heavily. Then I was beaten up by him for nothing? Ning Yuanshu pointed to his cheek with a look of grief and indignation. He humiliated me before and he also killed Zhuang Pan. How can my flying Saint Palace just swallow this? How can this young master mingle in the southern territory in the future? Gao Shan glanced at him and sighed. Zhuang Pan was a petty villain, his death is not worth regretting. As for young Palace Master, just treat it as a mosquito bite. Ning Yuanshu heard this and the corners of his mouth twitched, but since the two old men had said so, even if he wanted to take revenge he was powerless. He could only feel his mouth being stuffed with bitterness. In the Qin family, Yang Kai returned with Qin Chaoyang and the others. He had nowhere to go in Maplewood City now. Originally, he had rented a cave mansion, but after the time limit was up, he did not rent it again. Fortunately, the Qin family was not an outsider to him, so it was natural for him to live there. The people from the octagonal door naturally returned to their own courtyards under the lead of Luo Yuan and the round-faced woman. However, Yang Kai could see the dangerous look in Luo Yuan's eyes. He was afraid the boy wanted to fight with him again, which gave him a headache. Brother Yang, this courtyard was specially cleaned by this old man. It is also one of the best residences in the Qin family, so you can rest here. Qin Chaoyang personally led Yang Kai to a courtyard and said, Thank you for your trouble, Qin family head, Yang Kai said politely. You're welcome. If there's anything you need, just call the servants. Qin Chaoyang laughed. Okay, I won't disturb your rest. I'll go see how is doing. Take care, Qin family head. After Qin Xiaoyang left, Yang Kai led Zhang Ruoxi into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, but it was clean and elegant. It was spotless and the world energy here was abundant. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with it. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to find a room for herself. He then turned around and looked speechlessly at Yi Jinghan, who had been following him silently like his shadow, and sighed deeply. When Yi Jinghan saw him like this, she quickly bit her red lips and squeezed out a smile. Don't smile, it's uglier than crying, Yang Kai said with a disgusted look. When Yi Jinghan heard this, her tender body trembled, her face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. Chapter 2280. What's the matter? Let's talk inside. Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured to her, then pushed open the door of a room and walked in. Yi Jinghan was startled upon hearing this, but the grievance on her face quickly turned into joy and she said in a tender voice, "Thank you, young Master Yang." She quickly followed him in as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. In the room, Yang Kai looked around, but before he could clearly see the furnishings and decorations in the room, Yi Jinghan had already taken small steps forward and placed a stool behind him, then said in a gentle voice, "Please take a seat, young Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced at her and didn't refuse her, reaching out to flick his robe and sitting down. Yi Jinghan picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of water for Yang Kai, then placed it in front of him and said, "Young Master Yang, please have some water." After saying this, she waved her hand and a plate of fruits appeared on the table, filled with fresh and fragrant spirit fruits. She said with a faint smile, "I brought these from Thousand Leaves sect. I don't know if they'll suit young Master Yang's taste, but I hope you won't dislike them." A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. He had never been served so well by anyone before, so he secretly felt that Yi Jinghan would be very competent if she were to become a servant. "Why are you following me around like this?" Yang Kai looked at her warily. "Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Let me say this first, although I'm a handsome man who is loved by countless young women." He flicked his hair and changed the topic, then said in a deep voice, "I'm already a married man, so I advise you not to have any improper thoughts." Yi Jinghan's face turned red upon hearing this and she said, "What are you saying, young Master Yang?" She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never seen such a shameless person praise her before. Isn't that the case?" Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. He chuckled dryly and said, "I'm just kidding, don't take it to heart." As he spoke, he picked up a spirit fruit on the table and put it in his mouth. He found that it tasted pretty good and nodded repeatedly, "Speak. What kind of pill do you want me to refine?" "What?" Yi Jinghan was confused by his question and a confused look appeared on her face. Yang Kai sneered, "You've been following me since you recognized me. You're so attentive and slick. You're just short of offering yourself to me. Aren't you asking me to do something for you?" "Yes." Yi Jinghan nodded lightly. "Don't tell me you don't want me to refine pills?" Yi Jinghan was enlightened and she said with a smile, "Young Master Yang's alchemy skills have reached the acme of perfection. Since you were able to refine an extinct spirit pill like the extraordinary treasure pill, your attainments and aptitude in this field are naturally unparalleled." Although it's flattery. But it was very comfortable. Kai Yang grinned meaningfully. Yi Jinghan said, "Young Master Yang, I didn't look for you to refine pills for me. What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai frowned. This time he was really vigilant. Yi Jinghan explained, "Even though our Thousand Leaves sect isn't a great sect, we still have a Dao Source grade alchemist, so we don't need to trouble young Master Yang with the alchemy. I'm looking for young Master Yang to ask you to repair something." "Repair something?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "What is it?" Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips. She looked around warily and hesitated for a long while before she said, "A space array." "A space array?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he chuckled. "It seems like many people know that I possess the space divine technique." He had used his space force in front of so many people in the Four Seasons realm, so this matter couldn't be concealed. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he didn't expect that Yi Jinghan would look for him for this matter. She obviously wanted to borrow his space force to repair the space array. Yi Jinghan said, "I heard it from someone else." Yang Kai said, "If it's just repairing a space array you don't need me, right? Wouldn't array grandmasters be able to do the same?" Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. "If it was an ordinary space array, array grandmasters would be able to repair it as well. But the one in my Thousand Leaves sect. We've looked for several array grandmasters and even the Gong family's people, but they still couldn't repair it. Even the Gong family's people couldn't repair it? Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, then he thought of something and shouted, "Could it be the two-realm space array?" Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded. Young Master Yang's vision is really sharp. It's the two-realm space array. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jinghan, asking, "Does your Thousand Leaves sect have a sealed world?" Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. "I knew that I couldn't hide it from young Master Yang. That's right, our Thousand Leaves sect does have a sealed world. It's a place where our disciples enter to train. That sealed world was born in a space crevice and drifted around. Apart from using the space array to enter, there's no other way. But 2,000 years ago, the space array inexplicably lost its effect and since then, we haven't been able to enter it." "Is that sealed world very important to your Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan nodded. "Our Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to top sects like the Azure Sun Temple and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land 2,000 years ago, but it was still considered a first-rate sect. Unfortunately, ever since the entrance to the sealed world closed, our sect has declined year after year. Until today we are..." At this point she couldn't finish her sentence. Yang Kai sneered, "What does it have to do with a sealed world if our disciples don't work hard? Not every sect in this world has its own sealed world. If we really work hard, it doesn't matter if we have a sealed world or not." Yi Jinghan's face turned pale and she said bitterly, "Young Master Yang is right. It's just that when the entrance to the sealed world closed more than 2,000 years ago, the previous sect master took many of the sect's inheritances into the sealed world, including our Thousand Leaves sect's sect-guarding treasures. Without those inheritances, many of our Thousand Leaves sect's divine abilities can no longer be cultivated. Most importantly, our Thousand Leaves sect's spirit-gathering array was originally set up with the sealed world as the source, so when the entrance closed, the world energy in the sect." "I understand." Yang Kai understood what Yi Jinghan was trying to say. Losing many of their divine technique inheritances and sect-guarding treasures was one thing, but the main problem was that there was no supply of world energy. A cultivator needed world energy the most for their cultivation, and once the world energy was thin, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would naturally decline with each generation. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and said in a deep voice, "I would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the Thousand Leaves sect to repair the two-world spatial array at the entrance to the sealed world. If young Master Yang can agree, I and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will be extremely grateful and will also give you a generous gift." This. Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he tried to think of an excuse, but couldn't come up with one even after thinking for a while, so he could only say, "I understand, but this young master is very busy. How about this, you go back first, and when this young master has some free time, this young master will make a trip to your Thousand Leaves sect. I promise you that I won't disappoint you." Yi Jinghan could tell that he was just brushing her off, and if she really listened to him and left, she would probably never see Yang Kai again, so she could only plead bitterly, "Young Master Yang, in this world, only someone proficient in the Tao of Space can repair our sect's spatial array, but the Tao of Space is too mysterious and complex, and ordinary people can't even begin to comprehend it. I heard that there is a master in the Eastern Territory Spirit Beast Island who is proficient in the Tao of Space, but that master is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can my trifling Thousand Leaves sect invite him? Are you implying that this young master is just a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, yet you can invite him?" Yang Kai cast a glance at her. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands and said, "This mistress didn't mean that, please don't take offense, young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I have also heard of the person you are talking about, he's from Spirit Beast Island?" Mo Shaoqi seemed to be from Spirit Beast Island, and even though she had never admitted it herself, Yang Kai gradually guessed Mo Shaoqi's origins based on his understanding of the star boundary and Auntie Feng's terrifying strength. Only someone from Spirit Beast Island could command so many monster beasts to fight for them. When Yang Kai thought of Mo Shaoqi, he wondered how she was doing now. He hadn't been in the star boundary for long, so he didn't know many people. Kang Si Ran was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce after he broke through to the Tao Source realm, while Mo Shaoqi was captured by Auntie Feng. When Yi Jinghan saw that Yang Kai was lost in thought and didn't respond for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, this mistress came to find young Master Yang because of someone else's recommendation. Which bastard is so immoral? Tell me, I promise I won't beat him to death." Yang Kai flew into a rage. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang should know Gong Wenshan, right? It's that little brat. Yang Kai's eyes bulged. Do you know him? Gong Wenshan was obviously a rising star of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The Gong family was a Spirit Array Grandmaster, and Gong Wenshan was also a Spirit Array Grandmaster. In the Four Seasons realm, Gong Wenshan had borrowed the power of the Flowing Time Temple's seal to block Wuchang, causing this young genius of Heavenly Martial Holy Land to miss a great opportunity. This little brat looks simple and honest, but he's actually quite daring and full of evil tricks. Yang Kai had never expected that Gong Wenshan would recommend him to Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied, "A few years ago, I invited him to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array, but he didn't succeed. Brother Gong said that if we wanted to repair the array, we had to find someone proficient in the Tao of space. 3 months ago, I received a letter from him asking me to look for young Master Yang. I was planning to go to Azure Sun Temple to try my luck after dealing with the matters here, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Young Master Yang, don't you think this is fate?" She wore an excited look on her face as if she was a young girl yearning for love. Yang Kai snorted, "Fate only exists between a resentful man and an infatuated woman. Do you want to have fate with me?" Yi Jinghan sweated profusely and said embarrassedly, "Young Master Yang, you must be joking. I'm afraid I don't have such good fortune. I've only met that little brat Gong Wenshan once, so I'm not familiar with him. He has to take responsibility for his words, and it has nothing to do with this young master." Yi Jinghan sighed deeply and said faintly, "Young Master Yang, are you really unwilling to help me?" She gently bit her thin lips, looking delicate and pitiful, as if she was a pitiful person. Chapter 2281. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are too many things for me to do. Didn't I tell you that I would go when I had the time? Yang Kai explained. Yi Jinghan pondered for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't hide it from you, young Master Yang. There is a dangerous place in our Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world called the Emperor Heaven Valley. If one can cultivate there for some time, it will be of great help to one's breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future." Yang Kai looked at her with a meaningful smile on his face. Yi Jinghan blushed and said, "It's not that I don't trust you, young Master Yang, but this is a matter of great importance, so I don't dare reveal it casually. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of countless Tao Source realm cultivators. Our Thousand Leaves sect isn't strong enough to resist them." Yang Kai said, "The Emperor Heaven Valley is a good name, but what does it have to do with me?" Yi Jinghan stamped her feet and said, "If you can really repair the space array and return the sealed world to our Thousand Leaves sect, I will allow you to enter it." "Your status in Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai looked at her with narrowed eyes. Yi Jinghan said, "I am the daughter of Thousand Leaves sect master. The current sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, is my father." "So you are the young sect master?" Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I apologize for my disrespect." Yi Jinghan blushed and said, "You must be joking, young Master Yang. Not to mention the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, even the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace had been beaten into a pig's head by Yang Kai." Therefore Yi Jinghan didn't feel anything special about her identity and didn't intend to explain it to Yang Kai in the beginning. But now she had no choice but to say it, otherwise she wouldn't be able to gain Yang Kai's trust. "Young Master Yang, I beg you," Yi Jinghan said sincerely. "My father is already very old. If he still can't break through to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid that he will pass away in a few years. However, how can it be so easy to ascend to the Emperor realm? The Emperor Heaven Valley is the greatest opportunity that he can obtain, and also the one that he has the most hope of obtaining. Young Master Yang, if you can help my Thousand Leaves sect this time, this mistress will agree to any request you have." She spoke as if she was ready to risk everything, which made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. Yang Kai fell silent and Yi Jinghan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She pursed her red lips and stood there waiting, her heart filled with uneasiness. In the quiet room, the sound of an intense heartbeat could be heard. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and said, "Fine, I'll go with you since you're filial." "Really?" Yi Jinghan cried tears of joy. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "But not now. You also know that we still have some matters to attend to in Maplewood City. Let's wait until we're done here before we leave." "There's no hurry," Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hand. "We've already waited for so many years, so there's no need to rush. But let me warn you first." Yang Kai looked at her seriously and said, "I can only give it a try. I can't guarantee that I can repair the space array. Young Master Yang's promise is enough. Go find a place to rest. I'll inform you when I need to leave." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yi Jinghan said, "Then this mistress will wait for young Master Yang's good news." After she finished speaking, she curtsied and slowly retreated. She didn't forget to close the door before she left. After she left, Yang Kai sighed and sat down, muttering to himself, "Another troublesome matter." He wasn't related to Yi Jinghan, nor did he have any relationship with the Thousand Leaves sect, so he naturally didn't want to get involved in this mess. But Yi Jinghan was really clingy, and Yang Kai felt that if he didn't agree to her request, she would probably chase him to the ends of the earth, which would only make things more troublesome. If that really happened, he would have a young woman following him around all day, looking at him with an aggrieved expression. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would think that he had abandoned her, which would be a scandal. However, the Emperor Heaven Valley mentioned by Yi Jinghan piqued Yang Kai's interest. Since it could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it must be related to comprehending the heavenly way and martial Dao. Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao source realm cultivator now, comprehending the heavenly way and martial Dao wouldn't be a bad thing for his growth. If he supplemented it with the extraordinary treasure pills, he would surely break through to the Emperor realm in the future. After a short silence, Yang Kai sat in his room and cultivated until midnight. He had just broken through to the second-order Dao source realm, so he naturally needed to consolidate his foundation. As night fell, Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. His figure flickered and he arrived at the city lord's mansion in just a dozen breaths. The guards outside the city lord's mansion were nothing to him. But the moment he entered the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt several powerful divine senses sweep over his body and disappear in a flash. Although it was only for a short moment, it still made him shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Those divine senses belonged to genuine masters from the Emperor realm. It was obvious that they belonged to Xiao Yu Yang and the others who lived in the city lord's mansion. A few of the strands of divine sense only examined him for a moment before withdrawing, but one strand of divine sense continued to guide him. Yang Kai sniffed and followed the direction of that divine sense. Soon he arrived outside a room. He raised his hand, but before he could knock on the door, he heard Gao Shueting's voice from inside, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He saw Gao Shueting sitting cross-legged on the bed and looking at him with her bright eyes. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior greets Elder Gao. I didn't expect that after we parted that day, we would meet again in Maplewood City. Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Gao Shueting wave her hand. With a burst of source qi, the door closed with a bang and an invisible barrier appeared in the room, enveloping it and isolating it from the outside world. Isn't she being too cautious? She even needs to open a barrier? A dissatisfied voice sounded from the other side of the room. Xiao Yuyang opened his eyes and muttered playfully, "Little girl Gao, what are you doing? I wanted to see what kind of magic that little brat has, but now I've failed." At the same time, in the rooms of the various masters from the Emperor realm, everyone was curling their lips. It was obvious that they had all been spying on Gao Shueting's room but were blocked by a barrier. For a moment the room was completely isolated. Gudong, Yang Kai gulped. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. "Take off your clothes." Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai expressionlessly and ordered. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said in surprise, This isn't appropriate, right? What are you blabbering about?" Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Seeing Yang Kai dilly-dallying, she immediately became impatient. She didn't seem to move, but she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and stretched out her hand to grab him. Yang Kai only felt that her slender jade hand had turned into a five-fingered mountain and was about to envelop him. He couldn't help but feel that he couldn't avoid it. Immediately afterward, he felt something tighten around his neck and was lifted up by Gao Shueting. In the next moment, Yang Kai was spun around by an external force. As he spun, his clothes quickly fell off and flew out. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was stripped down to his underwear. "Elder Gao, stop!" Yang Kai cried out in a shrill voice. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his cries. She stretched out her hand and made Yang Kai stop. Then she pinched her orchid fingers and moved them like the wind. Suddenly, she tapped several acupoints on Yang Kai's body. At the same time, her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the changes in Yang Kai's body. Her beautiful eyes clearly swept across every part of Yang Kai's body, almost looking at him from head to toe. After a while, she nodded slightly and said, "Very good, there's no big problem." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force that was restraining him had disappeared. He hurriedly crawled to Gao Shueting's bed and covered himself with the blanket. He shivered and looked as if he had suffered a great trauma. Gao Shueting sneered, "Are you shy now?" Yang Kai's face turned pale and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Elder Gao, what are you doing?" Only now did he understand why Gao Shueting had set up a barrier. If someone saw this scene, they wouldn't be able to clear their name. Gao Shueting said sternly, "Your cultivation has progressed too quickly. Not long ago you were still in the first order Dao Source realm. Now you're already in the second order Dao Source realm. This queen is just checking to see if there are any hidden dangers. What do you think this queen wants to do?" As she finished speaking, Gao Shueting's eyes flickered with a cold light, which made Yang Kai shudder. "Even if you want to check, you don't have to do this." Yang Kai pulled a long face. "If that's all, you naturally don't have to do this. But this queen heard that a demonic artifact spirit was born today and chased after you. This queen needs to make sure that you haven't been corroded by the demonic qi." "I'm not young anymore. I'm not a child. This queen is old enough to be your great-grandmother. What's wrong with checking your body?" At this point, Gao Shueting raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, "Young man, your muscles are pretty good. It seems that your physique isn't ordinary." "Elder Gao, you flatter me?" Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said embarrassedly, "What's the result?" "The result is pretty good." As Gao Shueting spoke, she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes a few times. Then she threw them to him and said, "Although your cultivation speed is very fast, there are no signs of your foundation being unstable. There are also no signs of being corroded by the demonic qi." Yang Kai said timidly, "What if I've been corroded by the demonic qi? What should I do?" "Then you're a dead man now." Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes turned cold. She looked at him and said, "Why? Do you have anything to say to me?" No. Absolutely not." Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hands. He made up his mind that no matter what, he couldn't let Gao Shueting know that the demonic spirit was sealed in his body. Even the demonic artifact was in his hands. "Young man, there's something strange about you. Are you hiding something from this queen?" Gao Shueting's voice turned cold. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Of course not. Elder Gao, you've misunderstood." Gao Shueting stared deeply at Yang Kai. After a while she said, "That's good. If this queen finds out that you're hiding something from me, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. He just put on his clothes under the blanket. Chapter 2282. Not long after Yang Kai finished dressing. "How long do you want to occupy this queen's bed?" Gao Shueting looked at him coldly. Yang Kai felt dejected and helplessly climbed down from the bed and stood in front of Gao Shueting. "Let me ask you, where did the demonic artifact spirit go?" Gao Shueting suddenly asked. "Everyone said that the artifact spirit was chasing after you, but today Master Shao and I searched all the way to clear Jade Mountain, but we lost track of it. It seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. Even Master Shao couldn't find any clues. Do you know where it went?" Yang Kai quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "Then how did you get away safely?" Gao Shueting frowned. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Elder Gao, you know that this junior cultivates the Tao of space and I'm the best at escaping. At that time, I ran to clear Jade Mountain and used a concealing aura secret technique to hide in the void. The artifact spirit chased after me, but after failing to find anything, it left on its own. As for where it went, I don't know." Gao Shueting stared deeply at him, a bright light flashing in her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to look into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt guilty, fearing that she would see through him. After a long time, Gao Shueting nodded and said, "If this queen finds out that you're hiding something, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I wouldn't dare. I don't think you have the guts." As Gao Shueting spoke, she sat on the edge of the bed and sighed softly, "But to be honest, we were careless. If only we had investigated carefully after the battle with the demon dweller. If we had checked carefully, perhaps this trouble wouldn't have happened." She sighed. An expression of self-blame appeared on her face. Her words made Yang Kai feel guilty. If Gao Shueting knew that the demon she fought with that day was standing in front of her right now, who knew what would happen? Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and said, "Everything has its own destiny. Elder Gao, you don't have to think too much." Gao Shueting glanced at him and snorted coldly. Then she waved her hand and a ray of light shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. However, he did not dodge because he realized that Gao Shueting had no intention of attacking him. He reached out and grabbed the light in front of him. When he opened his palm, he discovered that it was actually a token. It was about the size of a palm and was made of an unknown material. The back of it was engraved with the image of a cultivator's back. That back was tall and broad as if it was standing in the air, looking down on the world. Although it was only a picture, it still made people feel an imposing aura. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he saw this because he realized that the back of this figure resembled Wen Zishan. As for the front, there were 2 large words inscribed on it. Qingyang. The token was golden in color. The golden light was dazzling. It was extremely dazzling. This is. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. The identity token of a disciple of the Divine Hall, Gao Shueting replied faintly. Yang Kai was surprised, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "But Elder Gao, I'm not a disciple of the Divine Hall. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take this token?" "From now on you are," Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he kept nodding and said, "Elder Gao, you're forcing me to do this. Do you want to ask for my opinion first?" Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, "Didn't I ask for your opinion last time? Haven't you thought about it after such a long time?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I need more time to think about it. This matter is too complicated and I can't think it through right now. Please give me some time, Elder Gao." "How long? 30 or 50 years would be best." Yang Kai saw a layer of frost on Gao Shueting's face after he finished speaking, so he hurriedly said, "Of course 10 or 8 years is also okay, haha." Gao Shueting suddenly sneered. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. His whole body was cold and the soles of his feet were about to cramp. Gao Shueting said leisurely, "It seems that my good temper gave you the wrong impression. Do you think that I'm easy to talk to? Do you think that I'm not dignified at all?" "Of course not." "Then do you look down on me and the Divine Hall?" "Of course not." Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, "Today I said in front of Master Shao and the others that you're a disciple of the Divine Hall, so I stopped Lu Qi's intention of recruiting you. If you dare to refuse me again, I'll tell them tomorrow that you've been expelled from the Divine Hall. You know what the consequences will be." Yang Kai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't know that Lu Qi wanted to rope him in. Thinking about it this way, his recent performance was too sharp, and he had probably attracted a lot of attention. If he didn't have the halo of being a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely be fought over by other masters. Yang Kai immediately understood that Gao Shueting gave him this identity token not to force him to make a choice, but to protect him. She had carefully checked his physical condition before, obviously because she was worried that something would go wrong with his cultivation. Thinking of this, a touch of warmth emerged in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly felt that with such care from an elder, joining the Azure Sun Temple seemed to be a good choice. He breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Then this disciple will respectfully accept. Thank you for your kindness, Elder." Gao Shueting looked him up and down a few times and nodded, "You're worth teaching." After a pause, she continued, "However, because of your special situation, you don't have to abide by the many rules of the temple. How you used to live will be how you will live in the future. The temple will not interfere with you. Do you understand?" Understood. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Of course, what you do in the future only concerns you and does not represent the temple. If you dare to cause any trouble for the temple, you know what will happen. Gao Shueting's phoenix eyes were full of power as she coldly snorted. Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his face covered in cold sweat. I have nothing else to say. Now that you have taken the nameplate, you are also a disciple of the Divine Hall. Do you have any problems in cultivation? Since I am free now, I can answer them for you. Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked in a pleasant manner. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly asked some questions that he had encountered during his cultivation. Gao Shueting was very responsible and explained everything to him in detail. She didn't hide anything from him about her cultivation and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Dao. Gao Shueting originally thought that it would be easy to guide a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in his cultivation. But as she talked with Yang Kai in depth, she had to put away her casual attitude. Because the questions Yang Kai asked were all very important and profound, some of which even she couldn't figure out thoroughly. Gradually, this kind of consultation turned into a discussion between the two of them to verify their own martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't leave the city lord's mansion until dawn, After returning to the Qin family, he immediately looked for Qin Chaoyang and found a secret room to cultivate in seclusion. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day Yang Kai came out of seclusion. His newly promoted second-order Dao Source realm cultivation had completely stabilized. Inside the secret room, he checked his condition and was very satisfied with the progress he had made during this time. At this moment he suddenly seemed to have noticed something and his expression became strange. In the next moment, he hurriedly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and sent his soul avatar into it to investigate. When he was still in Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai asked Gao Shuiting for a lot of faceless profound grass to feed the soul-devouring insects. During this time, the soul-devouring insects had been devouring themselves in that huge jar, multiplying and evolving. It was only today that they seemed to have made some substantial breakthroughs. The soul-devouring insects were ranked 11th on the exotic insect list's heaven list, a very high ranking. They played a huge role in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, and after going through the trials in the Divine Ascension Mirror, Yang Kai also had high hopes for the soul-devouring insects. Today, as soon as he noticed that they were moving, Yang Kai couldn't wait to investigate. It was quiet inside the jar, as if all the soul-devouring insects were sleeping. However, after Yang Kai refined the insect enslavement bracelet, he knew everything inside it like the back of his hand, so he naturally knew that this silence was just an illusion. He waited for a moment with a solemn expression before he seemed to have made up his mind about something. He stretched out his hand and made a hand seal, opening the jar. Looking inside, Kai Yang saw that the inside of the urn was densely packed with milky white silkworm cocoons, covering the entire wall of the urn. Many of the white cocoons had holes in them, and evolved soul-devouring insects were constantly crawling out of them and swallowing the white cocoons whole. As time passed, more and more soul-devouring insects were born from the cocoons. For a time, the whole jar was filled with crackling sounds, as if tens of thousands of silkworms were eating. So big. Yang Kai was startled. Originally, soul-devouring insects could not be seen with the naked eye at all. They were extremely small insects and only divine sense could find their traces. However, after this devouring and evolution, the soul-devouring insects had obviously become larger. Each of them was the size of a grain of rice, and their bodies were covered with some pitch-black veins. Among the black veins there was an obvious demonic qi. Obviously it was because they had devoured the ancient pure demonic qi before. Not only that, these soul-devouring insects seemed to be more ferocious than before, making Yang Kai's scalp tingle. In less than a quarter of an hour, these soul-devouring insects all broke out of their cocoons and devoured their own white cocoons. After getting enough nutrition, these soul-devouring insects flapped their wings and flew out of the jar. Yang Kai stepped back vigilantly and watched from a distance. He saw that above the jar, a cloud of insects had gathered. Although there were far fewer of them than the original soul-devouring insects, their aura and scale were far superior to the previous batch. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He felt that if he had brought this batch of soul-devouring insects into the Divine Ascension world and encountered Ban Qing in the Emperor realm, he would not have needed to resort to any tricks. Just these soul-devouring insects would have been enough to make Ban Qing flee in a sorry state. He watched for a long time before giving a command to the cloud of soul-devouring insects. Chapter 2283. The swarm of soul-devouring insects that had been flying around suddenly rushed towards him, buzzing incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place with a serious expression on his face, ready to attack at any moment. A short while later he was surrounded by the insect swarm. Immediately after, a soul-devouring insect landed on his body, shook its wings and remained motionless, quietly crawling there. Then another, large swathes of insect swarms descended, wrapping him up in 3 layers, completely obscuring his figure. However, all of the soul-devouring insects were silent and showed no intention of attacking Yang Kai. Instead, under an invisible connection, these soul-devouring insects obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that the insect enslavement bracelet was truly a great treasure. Back in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Yang Kai had felt that his batch of soul-devouring insects was no longer under his control. Later on, he had obtained another batch of soul-devouring insects from Tianyan, but they had no connection to him at all. Now, however, these evolved soul-devouring insects were obediently following his orders, as if they were part of his body. The biggest credit naturally went to the insect enslavement bracelet. This Emperor artifact didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it could restrain all exotic insects in the world. It was the life work of the insect emperor, so it was very effective against the soul-devouring insects. With this, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the insect enslavement bracelet. If he ever encountered a powerful enemy in the future, the soul-devouring insects would become one of his trump cards. After testing it out, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With a thought, he ordered the soul-devouring insects to return to the large jar and recuperate. The space inside the insect enslavement bracelet seemed to have a subtle effect on the survival of the exotic insects. Not only would the exotic insects that stayed here not die or weaken, instead they would become stronger and stronger. Of course, if he wanted the soul-devouring insects to grow faster, Yang Kai would need to find more facetless profound grass to feed them. Facetless profound grass wasn't an extremely rare spirit grass. Many large sects could cultivate it themselves, so it wasn't difficult to find. However, Yang Kai needed a large amount of it, so it would definitely cost him a lot. In the past, Yang Kai might not have been able to afford it, but now that he had a source crystal mine, he wouldn't have to worry about source crystals for a short period of time. Naturally, he could purchase them without restraint. Yang Kai opened his eyes, stood up, and opened his secret room to go to the city to buy some facetless profound grass. This made him even more surprised because Lu Qi had used the Emperor artifact, the Duality Record, to form a seal that suppressed the Spirit Lake. Logically speaking, as time passed, the world energy in Maplewood City would become thinner and thinner, gradually returning to its previous state. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over from nearby and appeared in front of him. It was Yi Jinghan. "Young Master Yang, you've come out of seclusion." Yi Jinghan sized up Yang Kai and discovered that his aura was steady. She restrained her gaze and couldn't help but say enviously, "Young Master Yang, you seem to have gained a lot this time." "It's just us also." Yang Kai grinned. Since he had already decided to follow Yi Jinghan to Thousand Leaves sect, he didn't reject her as much. His expression changed and Yang Kai asked in surprise, "You won't be staying here all the time, will you?" Yi Jinghan smiled embarrassedly, "I don't have anything else to do here." Yang Kai said, "Don't worry. Since I've already promised you, I won't run away. I'll definitely follow you to Thousand Leaves sect." "I don't want to keep an eye on young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan quickly waved her hands and said in a flustered tone, I'm just. Even after speaking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a reason and couldn't help but panic. She was afraid that she would infuriate Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Forget it, accompany me to buy some things. We'll set off once we're done." Yi Jinghan's face lit up and she quickly nodded, Okay. The two of them immediately rushed into the city. As they walked, Yang Kai discovered that the cultivator in Maplewood City was sparse and it wasn't as lively as it used to be. However, every cultivator on the streets had a happy expression on their faces, as if they had struck a stroke of great luck. He couldn't help but find this strange and asked, "These people are all smiling like flowers. Did something good happen to them?" Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled, "Maplewood City is different from before. The world energy here is at least 3 to 5 times denser than before, so they're naturally happy. By the way, I was just about to ask you about this." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. "What's with this world energy? Why did it become denser?" Yi Jinghan said, "Young Master Yang has been in seclusion for the past month, so you naturally don't know about the changes in Maplewood City. It's like this. A month ago, a few master led by Star Soul Palace's Master Shao discussed for a few days and decided to transform the Spirit Lake into a cultivation holy land. So they transferred people from their respective sects. 10 days ago, the transformation was completed and the Spirit Lake has become a famous cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory. Countless cultivators have flocked to it and many people in Maplewood City have also gone to watch the show, so the city is deserted." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai finally understood why there were so few people in Maplewood City. It seemed that they had all gone to the Spirit Lake to watch the show. That place was named Spirit Lake Palace by Xiao Yu Yang and the other masters. It occupies a large area and many secret rooms have been built for cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. Spirit Lake Palace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yi Jinghan smiled, "That's right." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Then this Spirit Lake Palace? Who is in charge of it? Who owns it?" Yi Jinghan said, "None of the great sects have any intention of occupying it. The Spirit Lake Palace is managed by Star Soul Palace and all the great sects have joined forces with Maplewood City to manage it. It is open to the entire Southern Territory and anyone who has enough source crystals can enter it to cultivate." Yang Kai was surprised. Maplewood City also has a role in managing it. Of course, the Spirit Lake Palace is right next to Maplewood City, so it's best for Maplewood City to manage it. This time, Maplewood City will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, Yang Kai chuckled. I can already imagine City Lord Duan's happy expression. Pursing her lips, Yi Jinghan replied with a smile. Indeed. Although City Lord Duan's cultivation is still at the third order Dao Source realm, with the Spirit Lake Palace, his status has already soared. I'm afraid that he'll be able to stand on equal footing with the sect masters of those first-rate sects. His status isn't low, but his cultivation isn't high enough, so it'll be difficult for him to convince the masses. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and felt a little worried for Duan Yuanshan. Yi Jinghan glanced at him and said, Young Master Yang, you don't have to worry about this. Master Xiao has already made the decision to accept City Lord Duan and Vice City Lord Drunkard as outer disciples of Star Soul Palace. Moreover, these two city lords have also taken up some positions in Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and other top forces. Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. How is that possible? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and giggled. I'm afraid they have no choice. Master Xiao is indeed wise. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I've never heard of this matter before, I'm afraid that no one will dare to look down on City Lord Duan and Elder Jiao, nor will they dare to disobey their authority. Although Duan Yuanshan and Elder Jiao's cultivation wasn't high, they had the backing of several top sects in the Southern Territory, so it wasn't difficult for them to manage Maplewood City and the Spirit Lake Palace. If anyone dared to disobey their orders, it would be tantamount to making an enemy out of all the top forces in the Southern Territory. So who would dare to do such a thing? Master Xiao is really bold. Star Soul Palace is really worthy of being the overlord of the Southern Territory. Their bearing is really extraordinary, Yang Kai said sincerely. In all honesty, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to occupy the Spirit Lake Palace, no one would dare to resist. After all, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were in charge of Star Soul Palace, so the other top forces wouldn't be able to contend against them. However, Star Soul Palace didn't do such a thing. Instead, they took the lead and led many great forces to turn Star Soul Palace into a cultivation holy land open to the entire Southern Territory. From this, one could see the magnanimity of this overlord sect. Not every sect could do such a thing. Even if it was Azure Sun Temple's Wen Zishan, if such a cultivation holy land fell into his hands, Yang Kai believed that he would secretly hide it and use it as a cultivation place for Azure Sun Temple's disciples. It was human nature for people to have differences between those who were close and those who were distant. No one would think for others for no reason. Continue, Yang Kai said. The Spirit Lake Palace imitated Star Soul Palace's classification of cultivation holy lands, and it is also divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. The human grade cultivation holy land is open to cultivators below the origin returning realm, while the earth grade cultivation holy land is open to cultivators below the Dao Source realm. As for the top heaven grade cultivation holy land, it is only open to masters in the Emperor realm. Speaking of this, a look of yearning appeared on Yi Jinghan's face, as if she was looking forward to the supreme the Emperor realm. The higher the grade, the more source crystals one needs to pay to enter. It is said that one needs to pay 1,000 high-rank source crystals for a day and a night in the top heaven grade cultivation holy land. Moreover, only high-rank source crystals are allowed to be paid, and they cannot be converted into mid-rank or low-rank source crystals. This price is really terrifying. Yang Kai sighed. 1,000 high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals or 10 million low-rank source crystals. This was just a day and a night's payment, but which cultivator didn't go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month? If one wanted to comprehend a secret technique or secret art, it was common for them to spend a year or so. Especially when the masters in the Emperor realm went into seclusion, they could spend years or even decades in seclusion. The source crystals required to pay for this was incalculable. Moreover, they were only allowed to pay high-rank source crystals, and the conditions were extremely harsh. However, most of the masters in the Emperor realm are rich, and if they really want to reach a higher level in the martial Dao, they may not care about these worldly possessions, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Chapter 2284. That's right, the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of the Spirit Lake Palace is comparable to the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of the Star Soul Palace. Who in the Emperor realm doesn't want to experience it? If they can achieve a breakthrough, it'll be worth it no matter how much they pay. Yi Jinghan expressed her agreement and continued, but there aren't many heaven-grade cultivation rooms. There are only 30 of them. These 30 rooms? I'm afraid that the master will fight over them to the death, Yang Kai snorted. 30 rooms might seem like a lot, but it wasn't enough at all. Although Emperor Realm Masters were not very common, in the entire Southern Territory if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. Apart from the Emperor Masters of Star Soul Palace who probably weren't interested in heaven-grade secret rooms, which Emperor Realm Master wouldn't want to enter secluded cultivation and study their secret arts. Once the news spread, how could 30 rooms be enough? That's a matter for the Master Realm Masters. It's not something for a small fry like me to consider. Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. She seemed to be in a good mood after receiving Yang Kai's promise. How many Earth-grade cultivation rooms are there? What about human-grade cultivation rooms? Yang Kai asked again. There are about 500 Earth-grade cultivation rooms and 3,000 human-grade cultivation rooms? Yang Kai nodded. Although this number didn't sound like much, and it felt like they couldn't make ends meet, not everyone had the financial resources to cultivate in the Spirit Lake Palace's cultivation rooms. Those who couldn't afford to cultivate in them could only look at them and lament their inadequacy. However, with the heaven, earth, and human secret rooms, the income of Maplewood City would probably be enough to make people envious. When the time came, this income would definitely be divided among the various top sects, and Maplewood City might also be able to drink some soup and water. Even so, Duan Yuan Shan and the others would probably become rich overnight. It said that. Yi Jinghan's voice suddenly lowered in a mysterious tone. Of course, it said that the Spirit Lake Palace has left some secret rooms for the various sects that aren't open to the public. Only the disciples of the various sects are allowed to enter them. Anyone who is a disciple of the sect can enter them for free and cultivate for as long as they want. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing? Yi Jinghan replied, I don't know the source of this information, but it's quite reliable. After all, the Spirit Lake Palace was built by the various large sects, so it's natural for them to leave some for their own sections. That's understandable. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Now that he was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he had a disciple identity token in his hand. If this news was really reliable, then he should be able to enter the secret room to cultivate with that identity token, without having to pay anything. Also, the major forces have also arranged a formation to guide the spiritual chi from the Spirit Lake Palace into Maplewood City. Therefore, the spiritual chi in Maplewood City is much denser than before. So that's what's going on. No wonder I felt that something was off. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the world energy in Maplewood City didn't decrease but instead increased. It turned out that the Spirit Lake Palace's world energy was attracted by the spirit array. If this was the case, Maplewood City was quite suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Although it couldn't be compared with the Spirit Lake Palace, it was still good news for a cultivator living in Maplewood City. In less than 2 years, Maplewood City will definitely become one of the major cities in the Southern Territory. I heard that the 2 major chambers of commerce are going to set up branches here. Yang Kai smiled and said, where there's money to be made, how can the 2 major chambers of commerce not be here? While talking, the 2 arrived at the Spirit Pill Plaza. The Spirit Pill Plaza was still the same as before. It was a small shop with only a few people buying things in the store. Only the waiter was there to greet customers. There was no sign of the shopkeeper. Since Kang Si Ran was transferred, Yang Kai hadn't come to the Spirit Pill Plaza. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but sigh. When he first came to Maplewood City, he made some connections with the Spirit Pill Plaza. Here, Grandmaster Yang. A cry of surprise suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears, waking him up from his memories. Yang Kai raised his head and saw the waiter looking at him excitedly. How have you been, brother waiter? Yang Kai greeted him with a smile. When he was refining pills in the Spirit Pill Plaza, he had come in contact with this waiter many times, so he wasn't unfamiliar with him, but he didn't know his name. Good. The waiter was so excited that he spoke incoherently, as if he was flattered. Thank you for your concern, Grandmaster. After saying this, he ran inside in a hurry, shouting as he ran, Grandmaster Yang is back. Shopkeeper, Grandmaster Yang is back. What does he mean? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai blankly. She didn't know what was wrong with this waiter. Yang Kai said, I refined pills in this Spirit Pill Plaza for several months. I see. Let's go in. Yang Kai nodded. He noticed that after the waiter's shout, several customers who were shopping for pills in the store were looking at him with strange gazes, so he called out to Yi Jinghan and walked straight into the store. Walking through the lobby before he even entered, he was met with a fat man in luxurious clothes. This fat man looked to be in his 40s with a big belly that stuck out like an old man. He looked very stout. He was obviously the new shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Just like Kang Si-ran, he was only a third-order origin king. The fat man wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked anxiously, "Where is Grandmaster Yang?" As soon as he said this, he raised his head and saw Yang Kai, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Spirit Pill Plaza's Zhou Fu greets Grandmaster Yang. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." Yang Kai cupped his fists in return and said with a smile, "This Yang came uninvited. Shopkeeper Zhou is too polite." The two of them had just exchanged a few words when two men rushed out from the back and shouted anxiously, "Who is Grandmaster Yang? Who is Grandmaster Yang?" One of them looked around and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, shouting in a low voice, "Are you Grandmaster Yang?" Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this man had disheveled hair, sunken eyes and bloodshot eyes. It seemed like he hadn't rested for a long time. It wasn't just this man, the other man next to him was also like this. Moreover, Yang Kai smelled a faint medicinal fragrance coming from these two men. Yang Kai immediately understood what they were doing and said with a faint smile, "This Yang doesn't deserve to be called Grandmaster." When the two men heard this, their eyes lit up and they stared at Yang Kai with burning gazes. They cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. You are too polite." Yang Kai smiled faintly and turned to Zhou Fu, "Shopkeeper, can we talk inside?" He gestured to the surroundings and saw that the customers who were shopping in the store were looking at them blankly. They were all trying to guess which Master Yang Kai was and why he was being treated so respectfully by the shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Plaza. Zhou Fu said awkwardly, "This Zhou was negligent. Grandmaster Yang, this way please. Grandmaster Yang, please." The two guys who came later also hurriedly separated to the sides, looking very respectful. "Bring me tea, bring me the best tea," Zhou Fu said and kicked the waiter who was watching the scene. The waiter hurriedly left. Not long after, Yang Kai sat down in a secret room in the back hall with Yi Jinghan standing behind him like a bodyguard. Zhou Fu and the others also stood beside him. "You should also sit." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. No, we don't have the qualifications to sit in front of Grandmaster Yang. We can just stand." Zhou Fu hurriedly waved his hand. Yes. Kneeling is also fine." The two men who were up to no good spoke one after another, causing Yi Jinghan to chuckle. She didn't know why Yang Kai had such a high status in this place. Yang Kai didn't force them and just asked, "Has there been any news from Shopkeeper Kong?" Zhou Fu's expression turned solemn as he said, "Shopkeeper Kong has sent me many messages asking about Grandmaster Yang's current situation. I'm ashamed that I haven't been able to meet Grandmaster Yang and I haven't been able to get any information about him. Fortunately, news about the Four Seasons realm spread recently, so I was able to answer for it." Zhou Fu smiled bitterly as he spoke. Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Kong is really considerate. How is he now?" Zhou Fu said, "Shopkeeper Kong is doing well and I heard that he will be returning to Maplewood City soon." Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "Is it because of the branch?" Zhou Fu said, "Grandmaster Yang is really well informed. It's precisely because of the branch that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce decided to set up a branch in Maplewood City. Shopkeeper Kong has been operating here for many years and has a wide network of connections. With him overseeing this place, all kinds of matters can proceed smoothly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Brother Kong, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. In the past, Maplewood City wasn't good enough, so Kang Si-ran was transferred away after he broke through to the Dao Source realm. But now, Maplewood City had the foundation and qualifications to evolve into a great city in just a few years. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had transferred Kang Si-ran back because they trusted his ability and believed that Kang Si-ran would be able to profit greatly and his status would soar. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. Kang Si-ran had been here for many years and had a close relationship with the City Lord's mansion and the patriarchs of the various great families. Kang Si-ran was the best candidate to manage the Maplewood City branch. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Shopkeeper Zhou, I came to Spirit Pill Plaza this time because I have something I need your help with." Zhou Fu's face flushed and he quickly said, "Grandmaster Yang, just tell me what you need. This Zhou will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." It's not that serious." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, "I just want to buy something. Faceless profound grass. Shopkeeper Zhou should know about it, right?" "Faceless profound grass?" Zhou Fu raised his brow and said, "This Zhou naturally knows about it. Spirit Pill Plaza still has some in stock. If Grandmaster Yang wants it, this Zhou can give it to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that the stock in Spirit Pill Plaza is not enough." Zhou Fu asked, "Grandmaster Yang wants a lot? The more the better." Zhou Fu said, "Then this Zhou will send someone to collect it in the city. Grandmaster Yang will not be disappointed." "Thank you, shopkeeper Zhou," Yang Kai cupped his fists and said. Zhou Fu smiled and said, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. You saved Spirit Pill Plaza in the past, so you can be considered half a member of Spirit Pill Plaza. How can this Zhou not fulfill such a small request?" Chapter 2285. Zhou Fu quickly left to deal with the matter of the facetless profound grass. In fact, Yang Kai could have bought the spirit grass himself, but it would have wasted a lot of time and energy, so it was different if he asked Zhou Fu for help. The shopkeepers of these shops were in constant contact with each other, so if they needed any materials, they would be able to arrange it for him. It was much more efficient than Yang Kai doing it himself. After Zhou Fu left, the two unkempt men asked excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, do you want the facetless profound grass for alchemy?" Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Judging from your appearances, you should be alchemists as well, right?" Yes, it's an honor to be able to travel with Grandmaster Yang," one of them replied with a flattering smile. The other man said, "Grandmaster Yang, we have admired you for a long time, but unfortunately, we never had the chance to meet you. We didn't expect that we would have such an opportunity today. We are truly fortunate." These two fellows seemed to have oiled their mouths and were speaking one after the other in a humble and respectful manner, almost worshipping Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this scene and felt as if her worldview had been destroyed. She could hardly believe her eyes. In the world she knew, all alchemists were arrogant and proud, so when had she ever seen an alchemist fawning so much? But after thinking about it, she felt that only an even more powerful alchemist could subdue an alchemist. Yang Kai had even refined the extraordinary treasure pill, which was almost lost in history, so it was natural for these two Origin King grade alchemists to be so respectful towards him. The two of them were still trying to flatter Kai Yang, as if there was no end to it, praising Kai Yang as if he was unparalleled in this world. Yang Kai coughed dryly. He said, "Do the two of you have something that you need Yang Kai to explain? This Yang happens to have some free time right now." Hearing him say so, the two men glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. One of them said, "Grandmaster Yang, it's like this. It is said that when you were refining source condensing pills in Spirit Pill Plaza, you were loved and praised by many customers, but since the two of us took over this place, Grandmaster Yang's reputation has improved greatly. The source condensing pills refined by Grandmaster Yang always feel like they lack a little bit of foundation, and many customers are very dissatisfied, causing the flow of customers to decrease a lot for no reason. The two of us were thinking, if Grandmaster Yang has time, can you give us a brief introduction to your alchemy experience?" Yang Kai asked, "The Spirit Pill Plaza source condensing pill recipe was improved by Grandmaster Huangpu, right?" "That's right. Grandmaster Huangpu is an emperor-grade alchemist, the pillar of our Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Since the pill formula came from Master Huangpu, there's definitely no problem. I believe there are some flaws in your refining process. Just relying on words alone might not work. How about this? You refine a batch of source condensing pills now and I'll observe from the side," Yang Kai asked. Upon hearing this, the two of them were shaken. They knew that Yang Kai wanted to give them guidance on the spot, and they immediately understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. This was a good opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. So how could they refuse? Immediately they said in unison, "We dare not disobey Grandmaster Yang's orders. Please, Grandmaster." Yang Kai nodded and got up, leading the two of them to the underground alchemy room with ease. Yi Jinghan also followed closely behind them out of curiosity. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she had never seen anyone perform alchemy in her life, so she was very interested in this. Not long after, they arrived at the underground alchemy room, which was filled with heat. There was a spirit array that guided the earth fire for alchemy. Yang Kai had stayed here for a few months, so he was very familiar with this place. He asked the two of them to take out a set of materials each and start refining, while Yang Kai stood in front of them and observed them carefully. With his current level of alchemy, it wasn't a problem for him to guide two Origin King grade high-rank alchemists. Refining techniques, carving spirit arrays, controlling the fire, and other small details would often become the foundation that would affect the quality of a spirit pill. Yang Kai would give his advice from time to time, and the two alchemists would listen to his advice modestly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the two of them opened their respective furnaces. Each of them managed to refine 5 or 6 pills of good quality, which made them overjoyed and grateful to Yang Kai. At this moment, Zhou Fu also sent a message, saying that he had brought the facetless profound grass. Yang Kai asked the two of them to stay behind and reflect on the gains and losses of this alchemy, before he returned to the back hall. Zhou Fu was waiting in the back room, and when he saw Yang Kai, he quickly took out a space ring and said, "This Zhou didn't disappoint you. There are 2,000 facetless profound grass here. Please accept them, Grandmaster Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow and said with a nod, "Shopkeeper Zhou is quite efficient." 2,000 facetless profound grass was enough for him to use for a long time, yet Zhou Fu had only spent half a day to gather them. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. If Yang Kai had gone to buy them himself, he wouldn't have been able to buy so many in half a day. The price. Yang Kai picked up the space ring and raised his head to ask. Zhou Fu said, "These facetless profound grass aren't worth anything. Just take it as a small token of appreciation from this Zhou. I hope Grandmaster won't refuse it." Yang Kai said with a smile, "You don't have to do this, Shopkeeper Zhou." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand and a small mountain of source crystals appeared on the table. Before Zhou Fu could say anything, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the back room, along with Yi Jinghan. Only a voice reached Zhou Fu's ears. "If Shopkeeper Kong returns to Maplewood City one day, please pass on my message to him. When we meet again in the future, we'll drink to our heart's content." Zhou Fu was startled and he looked at the source crystals on the table and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan's figures suddenly appeared on a street in the city. As soon as Yi Jinghan appeared, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Her face was pale and she looked at Yang Kai in shock and asked, "Young Master Yang, is this the space divine technique? Are you all right?" Yang Kai didn't answer her question and asked her a question instead. "This is the first time I've experienced such a teleportation, so I can clearly feel the void turbulence around me. I'm still a little scared," Yi Jinghan replied. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Then you're all right." Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent a message into it. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan asked. "Oh, I'm about to leave. I'll leave a message for the Qin family's patriarch." "Young Master Yang, aren't you going to say goodbye to him in person?" Yi Jinghan looked at him strangely. Yang Kai said, "It's fine to say goodbye to him in person. It's not like I'm not coming back. Besides, the Qin family's patriarch should be very busy right now. Didn't you say that the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families are following City Lord Duan to manage the Spirit Lake Palace?" Yi Jinghan said, "The Qin family's patriarch is fine, but Miss Qin, what happened to Qin Yu?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "When I came out of seclusion, I secretly checked Qin Yu's aura. I found that she's in good condition. Her vitality is stable and her vitality is abundant." Yi Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. "Young Master Yang, you've been in seclusion for a month and Miss Qin has been waiting outside your door for 2 hours every day. She probably has something to say to you. Young Master Yang, don't you want to give her a chance?" Yang Kai glanced at her and curled his lips. "You women are so gossipy." While speaking, he left a message for Qin Xiaoyang on the communication artifact, telling him that he would be leaving Maplewood City for a while. If he had the chance, he would definitely come back. The Qin family's myriad sword was in his hands, and he had also made an agreement with Qin Xiaoyang that he would return the myriad sword to the Qin family when Qin Yu broke through to the Emperor realm. With this connection, his connection with the Qin family could not be severed. However, he did not know when Qin Yu would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Would there be such an opportunity? Next, he took out the identity token of Azure Sun Temple's disciple and prepared to inform Gao Shueting about his departure. This identity token could not only be used to verify one's identity, but it could also be used as a communication artifact. As long as there were people from Azure Sun Temple nearby, they could contact each other through their respective tokens. This is. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at the golden token, a thoughtful look flashing through her eyes. When she saw the words, Azure Sun, on the front of the token, her delicate body shook and she cried out involuntarily, "Azure Sun Golden Token." Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment. He did not know why her reaction was so big. Young Master Yang is actually an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. This mistress has been rude. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly and a hint of envy appeared on her face. Elite disciple of Inner Temple? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, Young Master Yang, since you are an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, don't you know the classification of disciples? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he said embarrassedly, I'm just a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in name. I'm not a true disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Then this gold token. Cold sweat dripped down Yi Jinghan's forehead as she felt the world spinning around her. Her whole body shivered violently. Could Yang Kai have snatched this gold token from someone? If that's the case, bringing this person to Thousand Leaves sect will definitely bring disaster to the sect. Elder Gao forced it on me. Yang Kai said bitterly. Forced it, on you? Yi Jinghan almost fainted. There were so many talented youths in the Southern Territory who could not obtain a mere Azure Sun Disciple token, but when it came to Yang Kai, he said that Elder Gao had forced it on him, as if he was reluctant to accept it. Yi Jinghan felt unwell and she did not know whether it was because she had just teleported, but she felt dizzy. Why is your face so pale? Didn't you eat something this morning? Yang Kai glanced at her and asked. Young Master Yang? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look. Please don't joke around. This mistress is timid, so please don't scare me. What are you talking about? Young Master Yang, do you really not know about this Azure Sun Golden Token? Yang Kai said seriously, I got it less than a month ago and I've been in seclusion all this time. What's so special about this token? Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and her plump breasts heaved up and down violently, almost tearing her clothes apart. Yang Kai kept staring at her but she calmed down and said, Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens have the same shape, but they are divided into 3 grades, gold, silver and bronze. In the temple, only the top few inner disciples are qualified to possess an Azure Sun Golden Token. Once a golden token is issued, no one dares to disobey it. This golden token represents a status equal to that of an ordinary elder in the temple. When you go to Azure Sun Temple's properties in the Southern Territory, you can also mobilize the personnel and resources of those properties. Chapter 2286. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned after hearing this. He didn't know that the identity tokens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were divided into different grades. It seemed that the Azure Sun Golden Token given to him by Gao Shueting was really extraordinary. It could be seen that she trusted him greatly. Young Master Yang, you don't know anything about this. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. Just a token. Yang Kai replied casually before he poured his divine sense into the token to inform Gao Shueting. Then he put it away and said, Let's go. Yi Jinghan put away the complicated expression on her face and became slightly excited, nodding, Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai wrapped her up and teleported to somewhere outside the city. After that, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat artifact and stepped on it, waving to Yi Jinghan. After she flew up and stood firmly, he formed a seal with one hand and flew away at lightning speed. The wooden boat wasn't big, but there was no problem for 2 people to stand on it. Moreover, it was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact and was only 1 step away from becoming an Emperor artifact, so its speed was extremely fast. Before this, Yang Kai didn't know where he had heard of Thousand Leaves sect and didn't know much about it. While they were on their way, Yang Kai asked Yi Jinghan about Thousand Leaves sect's current situation. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves sect was a great sect in the Southern Territory a long time ago. Although it couldn't be compared with first-rate sects like Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it wasn't far behind. However, after the entrance to the sealed world was closed, the sect couldn't get abundant world energy and many of its divine secret techniques were lost. All of a sudden the sect declined. As time passed, their influence grew weaker and weaker, and by the time of Yi Jinghan's father Yi Hen's generation, the sect had become even weaker. In the entire sect, only Yi Hen was a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was even worse than the Blue Feather sect. Blue Feather sect didn't have the Emperor Realm either. However, when Yang Kai went there were at least 4 3rd-order Dao Source Realm powerhouses. The last time the 4 Seasons Realm opened, Blue Feather sect had 2 spots to enter, while Thousand Leaves sect had none. It was obvious that there was still a gap between the 2 sections. The Thousand Leaves sect was located in Jianghu province's Thousand Leaves mountain range in the Southern Territory, and was about half a month's journey away from Maplewood City. Maplewood City originally had a space array that led directly to Jianghu State City, But since the demonic chi besieged the city last time and Drunkard destroyed the space array, it had not been repaired. After all, Maplewood City was too small. Duan Yuan Shan and the others' words carried little weight, so they were unable to invite a suitable array grandmaster to repair the space array. But now there was no need to worry about this problem. After the matter with the Spirit Lake Palace was settled, Xiao Yu Yang and the others would definitely ask their sect's array masters to repair the spirit array. In the future, Maplewood City would become one of the largest cities in the entire Southern Territory. The space array would definitely be able to connect all the cities in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai guessed. It would be easy for him to return to Maplewood City next time. All he had to do was find a city that wasn't too small and use the space array to directly teleport to it. Along the way, Yang Kai chatted with Yi Jinghan. It was only now that he learned that Thousand Leaves sect was a sect that focused on refining puppets. Most of its disciples cultivated the art of puppetry, which was quite amazing. It was the first time that Yang Kai had encountered such a sect in the star boundary. There were 3,000 great Daos, each of which led to the Emperor Realm. It wasn't that the art of puppetry wasn't strong, but it was because of the harsh conditions required to cultivate it. Refining puppets was also extremely complicated, so very few people were able to achieve great results in the Southern Territory. But if one cultivated the art of puppetry to the pinnacle, it would become an extremely powerful technique. Since your Thousand Leaves sect focuses on cultivating puppets, why haven't I seen you use them before? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Yi Jinghan hadn't even used her puppets when they were in danger at the bottom of the 18 Spirit Springs. When she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of bashfulness appeared on Yi Jinghan's face and she said bashfully, "I'm not afraid that young Master Yang will laugh at me if I tell you this. My Thousand Leaves sect was originally famous for its art of puppetry, but ever since the previous sect master brought many ancient books and secret techniques into the sealed world, some of the sect's techniques for refining puppets were lost. Now the puppets that our Thousand Leaves sect can refine aren't of much use." Saying so, she pursed her red lips and formed a series of hand seals, causing a small blue bird to suddenly appear in her palm. When Yang Kai looked at it, he found that the bird was extremely lifelike, just like a living creature. Even the feathers on its body were clearly layered and had natural colors. But after inspecting it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this bird wasn't made of flesh and blood, but was instead a puppet refined from various materials. A look of amazement appeared on Yang Kai's face. He felt that if he didn't use his divine sense to examine this bird carefully, he wouldn't be able to tell whether it was a living creature or not. Yi Jinghan formed another series of hand seals and stretched out her slender finger, pointing it at the bird. In the next instant, the blue bird's body lit up and it flapped its wings a few times, tilted its head, and flew up into the air, circling around Yi Jinghan. Not only that, but it also let out bird cries that could be mistaken for a real bird. Yang Kai couldn't help but gasp in amazement at this sight, and he couldn't help but nod his head in praise. "Your sect's art of puppetry is really outstanding." Yi Jinghan's face flushed and she said, "Young Master Yang, you flatter me. Our sect's art of puppetry can only be used to refine puppets that can be used to scout out the enemy's situation, but it won't be of any use in a real battle. It's because of this. Some of the sect's elders have already started cultivating other cultivation arts and secret techniques, so they don't think that the art of puppetry is of any use." Yang Kai sneered, "That's because they're short-sighted." Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes lit up. "Does young Master Yang also think that the art of puppetry is pretty good?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Although I haven't studied this art yet, I know that powerful puppets can't be underestimated. It's rumored that in the star boundary, there are some puppets that even the Emperor Realm has to avoid." Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "I don't want to be able to refine such puppets, but I don't want the Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance to decline. It's a pity that the most important part of refining puppets is the heart of spirit energy. Our Thousand Leaves sect doesn't have a method to refine high-grade heart of spirit energy. If we did, we would definitely be able to regain our former glory." Heart of spirit energy? Yang Kai raised his brows and suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, taking out a few egg-sized crystals that emitted a strange light. Before he could say anything, Yi Jinghan cried out involuntarily, "Heart of spirit energy? Young Master Yang, how did you get a heart of spirit energy?" "I obtained it in the Four Seasons realm," Yang Kai replied. When they were in the Flowing Time Temple, the first obstacle they encountered was countless puppets. The heart of spirit energy in Yang Kai's hand was obtained after defeating those puppets. There weren't many of them, only a few. the Four Seasons realm. Yi Jinghan's face turned gloomy upon hearing this, but she soon became excited again. Young Master Yang, can I take a look at this heart of spirit energy? Yang Kai cast a glance at her and casually tossed one to her. Yi Jinghan caught it happily and started playing with it carefully, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Her face was filled with joy. The spirit array on this heart of spirit energy seems to be an ancient artifact. Some of the spirit inscriptions and spirit veins have been lost for a long time. Moreover, the grade of this heart of spirit energy isn't low. If I'm not mistaken, it should have come from a Dao source grade puppet, right? Yang Kai nodded and said, that's right. You were able to recognize it. Yi Jinghan said, Young Master Yang, you must be joking. This mistress has been exposed to the Tao of puppetry since she was a child and has done some research on it. If I had this heart of spirit energy, this mistress would be able to refine a Tao source grade puppet. As she spoke, she clenched the heart of spirit energy in her hand and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Young Master Yang, this mistress has a presumptuous request. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't ask for it. Yang Kai didn't need her to open her mouth to know what she wanted to say. He stretched out his hand and took back the heart of spirit energy, grinning as he said, I only have a few of these things, so I want to keep them. Young Master Yang? A bitter look appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. Can't you just sell one to me? It's useless to you anyway. She was currently just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was the same as Yang Kai's. If she could refine a Dao Source grade puppet, her strength would definitely soar. For a cultivator who had been exposed to the Tao of puppetry since she was a child and was obsessed with it, this was no different from a blessing from the heavens. Not only that, but she could also use this heart of spirit energy to study its internal structure. Perhaps she would be able to discover some profound principles and replicate it in large quantities. If she could really do that, the strength of Thousand Leaves sect would definitely increase by several folds. Young Master Yang, please sell one to me. This mistress is begging you. Seeing that her pleas were fruitless, Yi Jinghan stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, shaking it continuously as if she was acting coquettishly. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile as he said, Miss Yi, is it really appropriate for you to touch me like this in the middle of nowhere? Yi Jinghan's pretty face flushed when she heard this, as if she had realized that something was wrong. She let go of his arm as if she had been electrocuted and asked in a sad voice, Young Master Yang, what will it take for you to sell one to me? I won't sell it for the time being, Yang Kai replied. For the time being? Yi Jinghan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She could sense the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words and her beautiful eyes lit up. Then when will you sell it? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, that will depend on the situation. I might never sell it, but I might sell it when the opportunity arises. You. Yi Jinghan stamped her feet in anger, but she couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze and his body came to a halt. Yi Jinghan was standing behind Yang Kai on the wooden boat and had almost bumped into his back due to a moment of carelessness. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and circulated her source chi, stabilizing her body on the spot. She then shouted angrily, Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Yang Kai, however, did not respond to her and instead just stared around coldly, a sneer of ridicule on his face. What's wrong? Yi Jinghan couldn't help but ask when she saw his expression. For some reason, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something dangerous was staring at her. Chapter 2287. Silence reigned in the wilderness as a gentle breeze blew past, stirring up an austere atmosphere. Yi Jinghan felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only wrap her clothes tighter around her body with a nervous look on her face. Will you show yourselves obediently, or do you want this young master to drag you out? Yang Kai suddenly sneered and shouted into the void. What? There's someone here? Yi Jinghan was startled when she heard this. Only now did she understand why she was so nervous. She cried out in alarm, What's going on? We're being watched. Yang Kai wore a calm look on his face and didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. After waiting for a while and not receiving any response, he sneered, It seems that you're quite confident in your concealment techniques. Do you think that this young master is trying to trick you? After uttering the last word, his figure suddenly turned blurry and in the next instant, he appeared 300 meters away. He formed a palm with one hand and slammed it into the void. Starry clouds swirled around his palm and his strength dissipated. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk at the same time, There was an explosion, accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a figure fell out of the void. He retreated more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai returned to his wooden boat after his attack and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Come out, all of you. Don't waste this young master's time. I don't want to drag you out one by one. We're not kids anymore, so is there a need for this?" After he finished speaking, in less than 3 breaths of time, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the sky, including the one who had been knocked out by Yang Kai. There were 3 people in total. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded by this sight. If not for Yang Kai's warning, she wouldn't have been able to detect anyone. She was afraid that she would never be able to discover that there was someone hiding here. Although she knew that the difference in strength between her and Kai Yang was huge, she didn't think it would be to this extent. She was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, yet she didn't sense any danger in this place. If these 3 people targeted her, then her fate would be. Thinking of this, Yi Jinghan's whole body became drenched in sweat. Hee. Yang Kai suddenly laughed. He didn't look at the 3 people who had just appeared and instead turned his head to look at an empty spot. What's wrong? Did this friend of his think that he had hidden himself well? Don't tell me you don't know that you're above me? I can smell your scent from far away. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared on the other side. There are more. Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and after she released her divine sense, she discovered that the auras of the 4 people who had just appeared were restrained, and they all had powerful cultivations. They were all cultivators of the 3rd order Dao Source realm. Any one of them could easily crush her to death. Now that there were 4 of them, even if she had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she couldn't help but worry. She didn't know if Yang Kai could fight against 4 of them. The 4 of them were also very strange. Ever since they appeared, they had not spoken a single word. Moreover, his face could not be seen clearly. This was because all 4 of them were wearing hideous ghost masks. These masks were obviously some kind of artifact that had the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, it was blocked by these masks. Aside from the masks, the clothes worn by the 4 of them were also the same. They were all dressed in black and they looked very capable. Large characters were engraved on their clothes, and they were respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. The auras emanating from their bodies were completely different, and there seemed to be a faint connection and resonance between them. Noticing this, Yang Kai's expression darkened. He realized that these 4 people were not to be trifled with, and it was highly likely that they had cultivated some kind of joint attack technique. Wind, thunder, fire, and mountain? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and a pensive look appeared on her face. It seemed like she had just recalled something. "Friends, why have you been waiting here for so long?" Yang Kai looked at the 4 of them with a smile and asked. The 4 of them didn't move, and after a long while, the ghost mask with the word wind on his clothes said, "Come with us." Yang Kai raised his brows and asked, "Who are you and where are you going?" The cultivator with the word thunder said in a deep voice, "There's no need to ask. You'll find out once you make a trip." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm a little afraid of strangers. I've never met you before, so I won't make a trip with you. We'll meet again someday." Saying so, he urged the wooden boat to leave. With a crackling sound, the cultivator with the word thunder turned into a bolt of lightning and blocked Yang Kai's path. He snorted coldly and said, "I'm afraid that's not up to you." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help thinking that this person was extremely fast. His short-distance movement was probably not inferior to his own teleportation. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from his body, he should have cultivated a lightning attribute cultivation art. Lightning attribute cultivation arts were tyrannical and swift, so it was only natural for this person to possess such speed. Yang Kai's face sank. These people had obviously been hiding here for some time, and judging from their attitude and words, they had probably been waiting here for him. However, Yang Kai had no idea where these 4 people came from or why they were looking for him. During this time, the only ones he had offended were Flying Saint Palace and Evil Moon Valley, but it was impossible for these 2 sects to have such a powerful cultivator, so it was definitely not them looking for trouble. Yang Kai secretly guessed that it was most likely the myriad sword in his hand that had caused this disaster. But on second thought, this didn't seem right. If this was the case, there was no need for these people to ask him to go with them. It would be much faster to just kill them and steal their treasures. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Friend, you're quite fast. May I ask, what do you want me to do with you?" "No comment." The cultivator with the word thunder coldly replied. Your arrogant attitude really makes it impossible to cooperate with you. Yang Kai curled his lips. What's the point of wasting time with him? The cultivator with the word fire seemed to have cultivated a fire attribute cultivation art, so his temper was as irritable as his source chi. When he saw Yang Kai dilly-dallying, he immediately let out a low roar and a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand. He circulated his strength and the blade swept up a cloud of flames before chopping down at Yang Kai's head. In an instant, the temperature in the air soared and the sky was dyed a fiery red. Blood blade. Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily and covered her mouth with her small hands, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. He had a terrified look on his face. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body flickered, dodging the terrifying attack with Yi Jinghan and reappearing a few dozen feet away. He looked coldly at the four people and asked, "Do you know where these people came from?" "Blood blade. It's blood blade." Yi Jinghan replied in alarm. "That's why I'm asking you, what is blood blade?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before she replied, "Blood blade is an organization and isn't a sect, but it has a foundation that's even greater than a first-rate sect's. No one knows where its headquarters is, but traces of its activities can be seen in the territory of the Star Boundary's 4 great territories. They often take money from people and eliminate disasters for them. As long as they can afford it, there isn't anyone they don't dare to kill. Moreover, when they attack, they won't stop until one of them is dead." As she spoke, Yi Jinghan's voice trembled. "Young Master Yang, why did blood blade target you?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I'm also puzzled." He didn't even know about blood blade before this. As he spoke, he shouted at the 4 people in front of him, "Friends of blood blade, right? May I ask who wants to take my life?" No one. To Yang Kai's surprise, the wind-titled cultivator actually answered his question. "We have just received orders from our superiors to bring you back to the headquarters, so we ask for your cooperation, friend." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems that being too flashy isn't a good thing. Young Master Yang, you're still in the mood to joke?" Yi Jinghan stamped her foot and said, "Look at me." Yang Kai stared at Yi Jinghan seriously and said in a deep voice, "Do I look like I'm joking? Am I not flashy enough? I'm going crazy because of you." Yi Jinghan's face turned red. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk all of a sudden the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. While Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan were talking, the wind-titled cultivator took the opportunity to summon his blood-red saber and slashed out several wind blades. These wind blades were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood, and they emitted a nauseating bloody aura. It was unknown how many people these people had killed, but their attacks were all bloody and ruthless, giving off a ruthless aura. Yang Kai's body flickered again and he easily dodged these attacks. He looked at the people of Blood Blade with a sneer and said, "If this is all you've got, you should go back home and become a farmer. It's not easy to survive in the outside world, and you may lose your life at any moment." Upon hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, only the fire-titled cultivator had an angry look in his eyes, while the other 3 remained indifferent. The wind cultivator nodded and said, "It's just as the rumors say. He possesses the space divine technique, so he won't be easy to deal with." The thunder cultivator said, "It's because of this that he's worth bringing back, isn't it? Let's begin." The fire cultivator shouted impatiently, "Begin." The wind cultivator shouted loudly and his body shook. He circulated the energy in his body, causing a gust of wind to rise and whistling sounds to ring out. A vortex of wind appeared around his body and he weaved hand signs with a laborious expression on his face. It seemed like he was about to use a powerful secret technique. The other 3 people did the same, but the energy emanating from their bodies was completely different. Yang Kai's expression became grave and he shouted at Yi Jinghan, "Protect yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with Emperor's aura, sword chi and sword intent. It seemed like it was about to split the world apart and he slashed it down at the wind cultivator. Since they knew that he possessed the space divine technique, yet they still dared to obstruct him here, it was obvious that they had some kind of trump card up their sleeves. The secret technique they were about to use together was probably this trump card. Since Yang Kai didn't know about them, how could he allow them to use their secret technique? As the sword slashed down, the world changed color and the universe collapsed. The sword chi hadn't reached him yet, but a biting cold murderous intent had already pounced at him. The wind cultivator's pupils contracted as he smelled the scent of death. But he didn't dodge and a resolute look flickered in his eyes, which were covered by the ghost mask, while his speed of weaving hand signs increased. Chapter 2288. At the same time, the other 3 Bloodblade cultivator also changed their hand seals, their expressions solemn. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly came out, and the source strength of the 4 people surged, halos fluctuating. Yang Kai's face changed. He found that the power of these 4 people had produced a great resonance at this moment, and they were closely connected to each other. Immovable mountain. The mountain cultivator who had not spoken until now suddenly shouted, his face flushed red, and his hands slammed down into the void. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent sound, a huge phantom of a mountain appeared behind this person, flashing and disappearing into his body. A layer of invisible ripples leisurely spread out with him as the center, turning into a strange power that suppressed this part of the world. He sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes, like an old monk in meditation, not hearing, not seeing, and not moving. Boom! Yang Kai's myriad sword also slashed down at this moment, but the wind cultivator who bore the brunt of the attack raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Pa! This sword strike landed 3 inches in front of the wind-titled cultivator, and the sharp sword chi tore apart the black hair in front of his forehead. It even tore open a bloody wound on his skin, but it still wasn't able to kill him as Yang Kai had hoped. The myriad sword was directly blocked by an invisible barrier. What the hell? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the wind cultivator in disbelief. He saw very clearly that the other party did not make any defensive moves, but miraculously blocked his fatal blow. While Yang Kai was still in a state of shock, the wind-titled cultivator had already pointed his finger at his chest. Wind and clouds swirled around the fingertip. It contained an enormous amount of power. Yang Kai hurriedly blocked with his sword. This finger hit the body of the myriad sword. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed greatly, and he felt a huge force coming from the front, as if a mountain had crashed into him, and he could not help but fall back. The aura on his body suddenly became chaotic. While he was in the air, a fiery red figure quietly attacked him. The fire cultivator held a blood-red blade, sweeping up a cloud of fire, and slamming it down at Yang Kai's head. Young Master Yang, be careful. Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily. Whoosh! The wind swept up the cloud of fire, and the 2 forces of different attributes overlapped perfectly, and in an instant, the whole world was dyed in a fiery red color. Yang Kai could naturally feel the ferocity of this move, and his face changed greatly, and he was about to teleport away, but a crackling sound was accompanied by an explosion. The thunder-titled cultivator appeared behind Yang Kai like a ghost and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. This palm strike was so solid that Yang Kai was unable to dodge it at all. In an instant, thunder energy surged and lightning flashed wildly. It was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Yang Kai's figure was disturbed by the lightning, and he was instantly submerged in the cloud of fire. The coordination of the wind, thunder and fire cultivators was simply perfect, and their timing was perfect. It was as if several clones of the same person were attacking at the same time, and in just 2 or 3 moves, Yang Kai had fallen into an irredeemable situation. Yi Jinghan's face turned pale and her eyes trembled. She stared at the burning cloud of fire and kept asking herself in her heart, did he die? Did he die just like that? It was undeniable that she had come into contact with Yang Kai. He was the most powerful Dao Source Realm cultivator, and his domineering aura, unrestrained demeanor, and strange and unpredictable means made her yearn for him, and she secretly felt that Yang Kai would definitely achieve great things in the future. But such a person had been killed right in front of her eyes. Yi Jinghan could not believe that he had died so easily. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the wind cultivator, thunder cultivator and fire cultivator appeared leisurely, and they stood side by side in the air, staring down coldly. Aren't our superiors making a fuss out of nothing? There's nothing special about this little brat, the fire cultivator snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The wind cultivator furrowed his brows, and focused on sensing the movements in the cloud of fire. Upon hearing this he said angrily, aren't you being too ruthless? Our superiors asked us to capture him alive, not bring his corpse back. If he really died just like that, how can we report to our superiors? The fire cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have realized that the situation was far from good, but he still said stubbornly, how could I have known that this little brat was so weak? He couldn't even withstand a single move. What should we do now? The wind cultivator snorted coldly, You should deal with the trouble you caused and I will report it to our superiors after we go back. The Thunder Cultivator furrowed his brows and said, That's enough, stop arguing. We can't be sure whether he's dead or not. Maybe this little brat is lucky and only suffered heavy injuries. Fire Cultivator, go down and take a look. The Fire Cultivator wasn't happy to hear this, but he still dashed into the cloud of fire to investigate. The Wind Cultivator and Thunder Cultivator waited anxiously, as they were afraid that Yang Kai would really die. After all, their superiors had ordered them to capture Yang Kai alive, and if they really killed him by mistake, their good days would come to an end, as the internal punishment of Blood Dagger wasn't something they could bear. The cloud of fire was still burning fiercely, and it seemed like it would continue burning until the end of time. The interior of the cloud was quiet, and the Fire Cultivator didn't react for a long while after he entered. The Thunder Cultivator and Wind Cultivator exchanged a glance, and they both realized that something was amiss. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A muffled groan transmitted from the cloud of fire, and the Fire Cultivator's body flew out from it, while he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. What? The expressions of the Thunder Cultivator and Wind Cultivator changed drastically. Swish, 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 swish. A strange sound suddenly transmitted from the cloud of fire, and it seemed like sword intent and sword chi filled the air. Along with this sound, the raging flames dispersed and disappeared completely, leaving a person standing there quietly. His whole body was covered in multicolored light. Young Master Yang. When Yi Jinghan saw the figure covered in multicolored light, she couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Impossible. When they saw Yang Kai's current state, the Wind Cultivator and Thunder Cultivator both cried out in alarm. They were shocked to discover that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and he was just in a sorry state. Moreover, the multicolored light emanating from his body seemed to contain a profound mystery. The two of them could clearly sense the pure energy of the 5 elements from the multicolored light. The 5 elements' energy appeared in the same person's body at the same time, and they countered each other while circulating endlessly, causing his aura to rise by a large margin. Be careful, this guy isn't easy to deal with. The Fire Cultivator also rushed over from nearby, and he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, while looking eagerly at Yang Kai. You don't have to say that. The Thunder Cultivator and Wind Cultivator both cast a glance at the Fire Cultivator at the same time. I'm really sorry for causing you to worry. Yang Kai waved the myriad sword in his hand, and the 5 elements' indestructible sword chi lingered around his body, while a sinister grin appeared on his face. While I was resting just now, this young master has a rough idea of what your combination technique is. Wind, thunder, fire, mountain, and everyone's energy can form a resonance with each other, and while they possess their own energy, they can also obtain the support of others' energy. After saying this, he cast a glance at the Mountain Cultivator, who was sitting in the void and paying no attention to the outside world, and said, Brother Mountain, you're in charge of defending and sealing this part of the world, right? It's no wonder that my teleportation didn't work just now. If it wasn't for my strong physical body, I would have suffered a great loss. The one who created this combination technique is really a genius, he said with a look of admiration. The Wind Cultivator's expression changed slightly. You managed to discern so much in such a short time? That's right. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his body. I even took the time to change into a set of clean clothes. I wonder if you like them. The Wind Cultivator's expression turned ugly, because he discovered that Yang Kai really had changed into a new set of clothes, and he wasn't just joking. The Thunder Cultivator said with a gloomy expression, The higher-ups had a reason for ordering the 4 of us to act together. This boy can't be judged with common sense. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The 4 of us can even fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm if we join forces, so why should we be afraid of him? The fire-titled cultivator seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghan's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. If the 4 of them could really fight against an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm, then Yang Kai wouldn't have any chance of winning. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only strong in the Dao Source Realm, so how could he be compared to someone from the Emperor Realm? After the 3 of them spoke one after another for a while, they all shut their mouths and looked at Yang Kai with solemn gazes. On the other side, Yang Kai just responded with a smile as if he didn't care at all. An austere atmosphere slowly pervaded the air. Yi Jinghan felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The omnipresent murderous intent was drilling into her skin, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to help Yang Kai in this battle with her strength, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Kai, so her delicate body flickered as she moved to the side. At a certain moment, the murderous intent colliding with each other exploded like a bomb, and the atmosphere in the air changed abruptly. The fire-titled cultivator shouted, "Kill!" As he shouted, the thunder cultivator, who was the fastest among them, appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. He raised his hand high, and thunder energy surged out of his palm before he slapped it down. In an instant, endless crackling sounds rang out. Yang Kai's pupils contracted and he snorted coldly, 3,000 sword Dao seal. As he used his ultimate move, sword waves streaked across the sky, and filled the air around Yang Kai, before they bombarded the thunder cultivator. But the thunder cultivator didn't show any fear, and he just curled up the corners of his mouth, before his body blurred and disappeared. He was replaced by the fire-titled cultivator, who was still a few dozen feet away, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Form displacement transposition. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. The fire-titled cultivator waved his blade, and a cloud of fire whizzed over before he shouted, "Raging flames burning the plains." Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi collided with the flames, and an intense rumbling sound echoed out. For a moment, the surrounding world spirit chi was thrown into chaos, and the void shuddered, while spirit chi splashed out in all directions. Thunderstorm. The thunder cultivator suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's left side, and with a slap of his hand, several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm appeared above Yang Kai's head, before they rained down on him. Chapter 2289. Yang Kai had just broken through the blazing cloud of fire when several bolts of lightning crackled down from the sky and struck his body, causing him to tremble and emit a charred smell. The power of this lightning was incredible, and if it were not for Yang Kai's physique being extraordinary and his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he would have fainted on the spot. Even so, he felt that his source chi was blocked and his circulation was somewhat sluggish. Spring breeze. Rain. The wind character cultivator had appeared beside Yang Kai at some unknown time and raised his blood-red blade, creating a gentle breeze that enveloped Yang Kai. This gentle breeze seemed to contain a strange power that could make people drowsy and give up all resistance. As the wind poured into Yang Kai's body, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but appear dazed for a moment. At this critical moment, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and space principles swirled around his body before he sent out several huge moon blades in all directions. Dodge. The wind character cultivator's complexion changed as he shouted in a low voice. The thunder character cultivator and fire character cultivator seemed to have some understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. When they saw this space secret technique being used, their expressions became solemn and they quickly used their movement skills to dodge. Asterisk voila. Asterisk accompanied by a soft sound, a pair of illusory wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai's back. Above these wings, the power of wind and thunder lingered, causing Yang Kai's speed to suddenly increase. Wind and thunder wings. Yang Kai hadn't used these things for a long time, and as his strength increased and his mastery of space principles improved, the role of the wind and thunder wings became less and less useful. But at this moment, with this part of the world being suppressed by the mountain character cultivator, Yang Kai simply couldn't teleport away. He could only display the wind and thunder wings to slightly increase his speed. Wind swirled and thunder surged. The appearance of this pair of psionic wings stunned the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator, as if they had not expected Yang Kai to have grasped the power of wind and thunder. Including this person's elemental energy as well as his own spatial energy, Blood Knife and the others were shocked to discover that Yang Kai had mastered so many different types of energy that it was simply breathtaking. Whoosh! With the help of the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed increased again. In just a flash, he appeared in front of the fire cultivator. His face was almost in front of the other party. The cultivator with the word fire was shocked. They looked at each other and saw the sarcasm and murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but roar angrily, "Why are you staring at me? Always pick the soft persimmon to pinch." Kai Yang grinned. The expression of the cultivator with the word fire changed as he growled, "Are you saying that I'm the easiest to deal with?" "Who knows?" Yang Kai grinned. The reason why he was the first to make a move on the cultivator with the word fire was indeed as this person had said. He was the easiest to deal with. The cultivator with the word mountain was not mentioned. At a glance, one could tell that he was a person who focused on defense. Under the resonance of the four people's powers, Yang Kai estimated that he might not be able to break through his defense in a short time. The cultivator with the word wind and the word thunder were extremely fast people. Only the word fire cultivator was a soft persimmon among the four people. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He growled, "Condense." The law of space was leisurely mobilized. Although it was affected by the divine technique displayed by the word mountain cultivator, it still made the cultivator with the word fire stagnate. In a battle between experts, life and death was only a moment away. This moment of stagnation made the word fire cultivator feel the call of death. His face suddenly turned pale. Slash. Yang Kai roared as the myriad sword in his hand slashed down leisurely. The word fire cultivator did not have time to make any defensive movements before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. At the critical moment, the word mountain cultivator slowly opened his eyes and made a hand seal. The shadow of a mountain suddenly lay between Yang Kai and the word fire cultivator, condensing into a solid existence. The myriad sword struck the mountain peak. With an ear-piercing sound, the mountain peak suddenly collapsed, but it had already exhausted the power of Yang Kai's attack. The word mountain cultivator's body only swayed for a moment before it closed its eyes again and sat upright in its original position. The word fire escaped from death. Large beads of sweat rolled down its forehead as it dodged and fled. At the same time, the word thunder cultivator and the word wind cultivator arrived at the same time. After exchanging a few blows, the two of them realized that Yang Kai was extraordinary. They looked at each other and urged their source chi at the same time. Their hands quickly formed hand seals, and as they swung their long blades, the power of wind and thunder combined to form a thunderstorm that swept towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. His clothes were torn to shreds by the sharp wind blades, revealing his strong muscles. Lightning crackled and roamed across his skin, making it difficult for him to even move. All he could do was desperately defend himself. In the distance, the word mountain cultivator slammed down from the air. Another shadow of a mountain peak smashed down from the sky, as if it wanted to completely suppress Yang Kai in place. With a rumble after the shadow of the mountain peak fell, Yang Kai's body shrank. The ground under his feet directly collapsed, and dense cracks like a spider web appeared. He abruptly raised both of his hands into the air, holding up the mountain peak in the air. The word mountain cultivator's expression, which had been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some slight changes. Shock seemed to flicker in its eyes. The other three people also had solemn expressions. After the fight, the three of them didn't dare to approach Yang Kai and could only watch from afar. This little brat, is he even human? The fire's heart was still beating wildly after surviving the calamity. His eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, he actually used his physical strength to resist the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Mount Meru weighs 100,000 kilograms. Even the average the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to lift it, not to mention Mount Meru's suppressive power. His physical body is very strong. The word wind cultivator said enviously. The word thunder cultivator sighed and said, I now understand why the higher-ups want us to capture this person alive. This person really has research value. He's only a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, but he already has such strength. If we can dig out his secrets, we'll benefit immensely in the future. Hearing this, the eyes of the word wind cultivator and the fire's eyes lit up, as if they saw a bright future. But this is as far as he goes. The word thunder cultivator coldly snorted, no matter how he resists, he'll be suppressed by the mountain ghost's Mount Meru in the end. The word wind cultivator and the fire's expression showed agreement. Obviously, they both understood the power of the mountain ghost's Mount Meru. Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from Yang Kai's mouth. After being besieged by these four people, he was in an extremely sorry state at this moment, but he still couldn't stop laughing. The fire's cultivator shouted, Little brat, keep laughing. We'll make you cry later. If that's all you have, I'm afraid that you'll be the ones crying later. Yang Kai glanced at the fire's cultivator and said indifferently, What? The fire's cultivator was stunned. On the other hand, the word wind cultivator's expression changed and he shouted in a low voice, Not good. Hurry up and take action. This brat still has a trump card. After saying this, he was the first to rush up. Wind attribute energy lingered around his body, while principal strength spread out. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to rush over and suddenly shouted. A resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out, and along with it, a giant golden figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The giant golden figure twisted and turned, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant golden dragon. It coiled above Yang Kai's head and opened its eyes wide, looking around disdainfully. The wind cultivator, who was rushing forward, stopped and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His body swayed and he floated back. This is. The lightning cultivator's eyes trembled. Dragon might. The fire cultivator also opened his eyes wide and shouted hysterically. The three of them felt as if they had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. They felt as if the world was spinning around them and their feet were cramping. Yi Jinghan's expression wasn't any better. When she saw Yang Kai being suppressed by Mt. Shumi, she wanted to go over and help him, but before she could do anything, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dragon might filled the whole area, and the pure aura of a true dragon filled the air. It was enough to make all living beings bow their heads, and a shadow and fear that couldn't be erased appeared in the depths of every Blood Dagger member's heart. Crack. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and Yang Kai's arms were covered in dragon scales. Even his exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. The phantom of a giant dragon flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body, only to be replaced by Yang Kai's half-dragon body. His tyrannical aura rose to a level comparable to that of the Emperor Realm. He wore an indifferent expression and slowly clenched one of his hands into a fist, while his other hand firmly held onto Mt. Shumi. It was no longer as difficult as before, and it was as if he was just holding on to something insignificant. Soon after, he suddenly punched out and pounded the bottom of Mt. Shumi. A loud bang rang out, and the 100,000 Mt. Shumi flickered wildly as it was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying into the sky. Shan Gui's expression changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. He made a hand seal and turned Mt. Shumi back into a ray of light. You're in trouble? Without the suppression of Mt. Shumi, Yang Kai was completely free, and after shaking his neck, he looked at the three Blood Dagger members with a sinister smile. Fight him to the death. The Wind Cultivator roared, Wind Saber, Frost Sword. He urged the source chi in his body, and all of his strength transformed into a saber and a sword. They were incomparably large and seemed to have the power to cut through heaven and earth as they slashed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the Fire-titled Cultivator and the Thunder Cultivator also attacked Yang Kai with their most powerful techniques. The Wind, Thunder, and Fire Mountain combined attack could borrow a large portion of the strength of others, and under the support of each other their power was limitless. They indeed had the qualifications to exchange blows with ordinary people from the Emperor Realm. But today a scene that made their eyeballs pop out appeared. In the face of these three people's desperate divine technique, Yang Kai actually charged straight in. With two cracking sounds, the three people watched as Yang Kai used the power of his fists to shatter the Wind Saber and Frost Sword, and then rushed into the eye of the storm and the thunderstorm vortex without any reduction in power. In just a few breaths of time, the three people's divine technique was broken through by brute force. A figure flashed, and the half-dragon Yang Kai rushed in front of the three people. One of his hands turned into a dragon claw that was incomparably sharp, as if it could be compared to the sharpest secret treasures in the world. He grabbed at the Wind Cultivator's chest. Chapter 2290. Wind Vanish. On the brink of life and death, the Wind Cultivator let out a roar. His entire body flickered on the spot, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing. No one knew where he had fled to. This was actually an extremely brilliant escape technique. Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his dragon claw and grasped at the void. An invisible force seeped out of his body and turned into the law of space, suppressing the void. The Wind Cultivator's figure reappeared in a sorry state. His face was still filled with disbelief, as if he had not expected that his most powerful life-saving technique would be so easily broken by Yang Kai. Ah! The Thunder Cultivator and the Fire-titled Cultivator exclaimed at the same time. Die! Yang Kai let out a roar and waved his hand in the direction of the Wind Cultivator. A huge crescent blade that spanned across the heavens and the earth appeared leisurely. It seemed to have crossed the endless space and time. It took the shape of a half-moon and carried an unparalleled momentum as it slashed towards the Wind Cultivator. The Wind Cultivator's face suddenly became extremely pale. He nervously swallowed his saliva. He was unable to dodge because of the law of space and could only watch as death approached him. Mountain of Earth. The mountain ghost, who was several hundred feet away, suddenly shouted. He changed his hand signs and MT Shumi appeared once again. It stood between the moon blade and the wind-titled martial artist, and rich earth elements surged out. The gravel and soil on the ground were attracted by it, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an indestructible defensive barrier in front of the wind-titled martial artist. Kong. The crescent blade slashed down and shattered the barrier, but its power was greatly reduced. As a crackling sound echoed out, the thunder-titled martial artist turned into a bolt of lightning and saved the wind-titled martial artist before escaping to the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. He glared fiercely at Hill Ghost. He had been fighting with Blood Dagger and the others since the beginning. Hill Ghost had ruined his plans time and time again. If this person did not have an extremely strong defensive technique, the four of them would not have been able to hold on for so long. If he wanted to kill these four people, Hill Ghost must be the first to be killed. Otherwise, with him in charge of defense, Yang Kai would not be unable to kill the other three, especially with Hill Ghost guarding there. His aura and that of the other three people were one, sealing this part of the world, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use Blink. At this thought, Yang Kai's heart became ruthless. He smiled sinisterly and said in a cold voice, "You are indeed impressive. This Yang can be considered as an eye-opener today." Boy, don't boast shamelessly. Even though the fire-titled man was shocked by Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he didn't fear him too much since he had the advantage in numbers. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that we won't let you live when we get too excited about killing you. The thunder-titled cultivator nodded and said, "That's right. If we really kill you, we won't be able to explain it to our superiors. So just surrender." The wind cultivator. He did not say a word. It seemed that he was a little uneasy after escaping from death just now. Yang Kai sneered again. The fire-titled cultivator scoffed coldly, deliberately mystifying things. Yang Kai's smile disappeared. He looked at the fire-titled cultivator coldly and scoffed, "Open your dog eyes and see if this young master is deliberately mystifying things or not." As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense surged out like a tide as he shouted, "Come out." As his voice rang out, a small hill suddenly appeared in the wilderness. It fell from mid-air and caused the ground to shake, causing dust to fly everywhere. The four people from Blood Dagger were stunned. All of them wore blank looks as they stared towards the hill, none of them understanding what kind of divine ability Yang Kai was using that allowed him to summon a hill out of thin air. What the hell is this? The wind cultivator gradually calmed down. Seeing this, he waved his hand impatiently. A gust of wind blew and blew away the dust. The hill was instantly imprinted in their eyes. In the next moment, the four from Blood Dagger widened their eyes as they stared dumbfoundedly at the small mountain, their faces filled with disbelief. Hey, am I seeing things?" The fire-titled cultivator could not help but shout. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Why do I feel that this hill looks like a human? It even has 2 arms and 2 legs." Gulp. The other 3 people also swallowed their saliva. Their expressions were extremely difficult. "What the hell is this?" the wind cultivator asked in shock. "There's a woman." The thunder cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the hill's shoulder. "It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion." The fire-titled cultivator looked frightened. With a pale face, he muttered to his companions, "Did this hill smile at me just now? It must be an illusion." It's possible." The wind cultivator showed a thoughtful look. This little brat probably used some kind of illusion technique. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see Yang Kai looking at them with a meaningful smile. This smile made the wind-titled cultivator shudder, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. "You should have called us out earlier." Hua Qingxi sat on the embodiment's shoulder and shook her legs. She curled her lips and said, "I really don't know why you fought with them alone. It's a waste of time and energy." She seemed to have seen the battle just now clearly in the small sealed world. The embodiment grinned and said in a thunderous voice, "Didn't we come out now?" When the woman and the mountain suddenly spoke, the 4 Blood Dagger cultivators were startled and their faces turned pale. It was because they felt that what they saw and heard was so real. It was as if the woman and the mountain really existed. It was not an illusion caused by some kind of illusion technique. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that the 4 of them would be so powerful. I wanted to fight against the 4 of them alone. In the end, I was almost beaten into a pig's head." Hua Qingxi snorted. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, It wasn't that bad. They were just a little troublesome. Sister Hua, pick one of them. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes rolled and she giggled. Her gaze swept over the 4 blood dagger cultivators and finally fixed on the fire-titled cultivator. She pointed at him and said, "I'll pick him." They all like to bully soft persimmons. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. The fire-titled cultivator was furious upon hearing this. "Boy, I'm warning you, if you dare to call me a soft persimmon again, I'll fight you to the death." The wind, thunder, fire and fire dagger cultivators had equal strength and status, but the fire-titled cultivator was called a soft persimmon by Yang Kai time and time again. He was naturally furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "Among those 3, one focuses on defense and the other 2 focus on speed. I don't want to deal with them, so I'll pick him." Yang Kai nodded. The 2 of them spoke one after another and completely ignored the fire-titled cultivator, which made him very angry. "Then, you'll deal with the mountain ghost. Is that okay?" Yang Kai looked at the embodiment and asked. The embodiment laughed and said, "That's exactly what I want." The mountain ghost lord's defense was perfect for a powerful but slow existence like the embodiment to deal with. "Let's do it." Yang Kai spoke in a casual tone, as if he had already prepared a meal and placed it on the table. Then he called out to his family, "Let's eat." Hua Qingxi giggled and her tender body flickered as she jumped down from the embodiment's shoulder and gracefully walked towards the mountain ghost. Halfway there, a ribbon-shaped artifact suddenly appeared in her hand and twirled around her fingers, giving off a halo of light. "Little brother, come and play with me." Hua Qingxi greeted the fire-titled cultivator enthusiastically. The fire-titled cultivator wore a grave expression and glanced at the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator after hearing this. The wind cultivator nodded slightly, and the fire-titled cultivator activated his power. His whole body was engulfed in flames, and it seemed as if his whole body was burning. He said in a stern voice, "I don't care whether you are an illusion or not. Since you dared to look for me, you should be prepared to die. I won't show you any mercy." "So fierce." Hua Qingxi covered her red lips with her hand and wore a scared look. She said in a delicate voice, "Don't be so fierce. My heart is beating so fast. Go to hell." The fire-titled cultivator remained unmoved. He swung the blood blade in his hand and the flames tumbled, turning into a ferocious roaring fire dragon that pounced toward Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you serious? I'm a woman. I'll fight you to the death." As she spoke, source energy was also poured into the ribbons. They suddenly seemed to come to life and danced in the air, drawing a gorgeous pattern that enveloped the fire-titled cultivator. In an instant the 2 of them clashed together. Their moves were ruthless and the battle was intense. At the same time, the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if they were being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Moreover, the space around them buzzed and countless small pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. They moved around them like living creatures. The 2 of them looked at Yang Kai in unison. Yang Kai grinned. "It's best if you 2 don't move first. It won't be too late for me to make a move after my companions send your companions on their way." The wind cultivator's face darkened. "You want to take our lives with a trifling illusion technique? Don't you think that it's too childish and laughable?" "An illusion technique?" "Ahahaha." Yang Kai chuckled. He looked like he deserved a beating. When the wind cultivator and thunder cultivator saw this, they wished they could rush forward and give him a good beating. Blood Dagger and the others weren't the only ones who thought this was an illusion. Even Yi Jinghan felt the same way. She had been standing in the distance when she suddenly saw a huge stone golem and a young woman appear. She was stunned for a long while and kept rubbing her eyes, telling herself over and over again that this was an illusion, that this was just an illusion. But, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see any flaws in this illusion technique. It seemed like the giant stone golem and the young woman were real. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the embodiment strode forward and walked toward the mountain ghost. Even though the mountain ghost kept telling himself that this was just an illusion technique, he still couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the embodiment walking toward him. His face turned pale. The enormous body of the avatar gave off a tremendous amount of pressure. In just a few steps, the embodiment arrived in front of the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost was sitting cross-legged in the air in front of the embodiment's nose. His small figure and the embodiment's gigantic body created an intense visual conflict. Chapter 2291. Hee hee. The embodiment suddenly grinned and smiled at Hillghost. Cold sweat dripped down Hillghost's forehead like rain. He swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Wind Ghoul, I feel like something's not right. This doesn't seem to be an illusion." Wind Ghoul's face darkened and he shouted, "Guard your mind. Don't let your vision be disturbed." Until now, he still felt that everything in front of him was an illusion because no one could make a stone man and a young woman appear out of thin air. Even the 10 great emperors couldn't do it. When Hillghost heard this, he took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Yang Kai smiled strangely at Wind Ghoul and Thunder Ghoul and said, "Take a guess. How many hits can your brother Hillghost take?" Thunder Ghoul snorted, "Will you die if you don't act tough? Not to mention that it was just an illusion. Even if there was a real Emperor Realm Master here, the mountain ghost would still be able to persist for 10 breaths." Wind Ghoul also said, "Kid, don't underestimate us Bloodblade 4 ghosts." Yang Kai laughed, "I'll turn you 4 ghosts into dead ghosts right away." After that, he shouted at the embodiment, "Did you hear that? They said that even if the Emperor Realm attacks, Brother Hillghost can still hold on for 10 breaths. 10 breaths. The embodiment smiled, but that smile instantly turned sinister. He hummed, "3 breaths is enough." After saying that, he suddenly punched at Hillghost. Maybe it was because they had used the joint attack technique, but Hillghost hadn't moved since he appeared. He had been sitting cross-legged in the air, not only in charge of defense and suppression. It seemed that the 4 people's power was also connected with him as the center. Therefore, even if he saw the embodiment's punch, he didn't have any intention of dodging. However, he stretched out his hand with a solemn expression, and Mt. Sumeru appeared again. However, this time Mt. Sumeru was almost solid, and it shone brightly as if there was really a mountain in front of him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The embodiment snorted and smashed his mountain-like fist down. Boom, there was a loud noise and heaven and earth shook. The point of contact between the fist and Mount Meru suddenly rippled with layers of halos of power, turning into a vortex that spread out in all directions. The mountain ghost's grave expression instantly turned ghastly pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. At the same time, Mount Meru, which stood between the avatar and the mountain ghost, shattered and turned into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. What? Wind Demon's expression changed drastically. "That's impossible," Thunder Devil exclaimed in shock. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. The mountain ghost's innate defense had been shattered by the stone golem in a single exchange. After smashing Mt. Shumi and being heavily injured, the two of them asked themselves over and over again in their hearts, was this also an illusion? If this was an illusion, then it was too real. The mountain ghost was drenched in blood. The smell of blood in the air lingered around the noses of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost, causing them to shudder. After the Dharmakea's attack, however, he did not stop. Another punch was thrown. Boom, a deafening noise sounded for the second time. This time, the mountain ghost did not have Mt. Shumi to block it. Instead, he desperately changed his hand seals and displayed his divine technique to the extreme. The power of the earth element fluctuated wildly, and the law of earth lingered around him, turning into a protective barrier. Kacha, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Visible to the naked eye, within a radius of a few hundred feet around them, a transparent barrier appeared. A layer of transparent light screen like an inverted bowl vibrated out. However, at this moment this light screen was like a broken mirror. Cracks appeared on it, and then it collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. Yang Kai felt his body lighten. He grinned at Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said, "It seems that the sealing power has been broken. Are you sure this is just an illusion?" Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost's faces were so gloomy that water could almost drip from them. Their hearts were in a mess. What they saw and heard made them feel conflicted. They really didn't dare to be sure whether this was an illusion or not. Puff! On the other side, the mountain ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura became even more unbearable. His face was as pale as paper. He looked in the direction of Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost and said with difficulty, "Save me." The Dharmakea grinned and threw a third punch. However, at this moment the mountain ghost was powerless to defend. Seeing the mountain-like fist coming at him, he only felt cold all over and his hands and feet were numb. The fist hit the mountain ghost directly. In midair, the mountain ghost's body suddenly burst open, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down. His entire aura disappeared in an instant. "Look, it's just 3 breaths." After the Dharmakaya finished his attack, he turned around and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Wind Ghost and Thunder Ghost looked at each other, knowing that the situation was not good. At this moment they could not care about the spatial cracks lingering around them. They suddenly urged their power, and the law of Earth lingered around them. They broke through the seal of the power of space and fled in two directions. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. His figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Wind Ghost. His dragon hand turned into a claw and grabbed at him. Wind Ghost was shocked. He raised the blood saber in his hand and slashed at Yang Kai with all his might. Wind whistled above the saber as if it contained great power. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he grabbed the blood saber in his hand. In an instant, the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. What kind of joke is this? Wind Ghost's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked to find that his opponent had taken his blow with just his physical strength. Moreover, he was not injured at all. Wind Ghost's blood saber was a Dao Source-grade artifact. At this moment, even the Emperor Realm would not dare to take this attack head-on. However, his opponent had done it. Just as he was in a daze, Yang Kai's other hand directly pressed against his chest. Violent source chi poured out and poured into Wind Ghost's body. With a cry, Wind Ghost flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The light on his body instantly dimmed. Yang Kai followed closely behind. He probably saw that the other three people had already died and felt that there was no hope for him to escape. So, he directly stabbed his blood dagger into his heart. With such a fatal injury, even the Emperor Realm wouldn't be able to live for long, let alone Fire Ghost, who was only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. If he was left alone, it would only take a short while for him to die. Yang Kai's face was ashen. After several changes of expression, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you want to die without my permission? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Fire Ghost. He patted him with one hand and sealed his power, so that he would not choose to self-detonate like Thunder Ghost. If that happened, there would be no way to save him. What are you doing? Although Fire Ghost had already heard the call of death, he couldn't help but be startled when he saw Yang Kai's ferocious appearance. Yang Kai sneered. What am I doing? Of course I'm saving you. You don't need to thank me. Chapter 2292. Save me? The fire-titled cultivator's eyes, which were gradually losing their luster, widened in shock. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar and his body flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. The wasteland reeked of blood and was filled with the remains of a great battle. There were also many severed limbs and pieces of flesh. It was a miserable sight. Young Master Yang? Yi Jinghan flew back with a pale face. She looked around but she couldn't find Yang Kai. So, she asked Hua Qingxi anxiously, "Elder sister, where did young Master Yang go?" Hua Qingxi exchanged a glance with the embodiment, then her body flickered and she appeared behind Yi Jinghan. She stretched out her hand and chopped at the back of Yi Jinghan's neck. Yi Jinghan had never expected that Hua Qingxi would attack her. After all, in her opinion, Hua Qingxi was in cahoots with Yang Kai, so she hadn't been on guard at all. As soon as Hua Qingxi's palm chopped down, she fell limply to the ground. "Did you kill her?" The embodiment was startled. "How is that possible?" Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes at him and curled her lips. "I just knocked her unconscious." She paused for a moment, then looked at the embodiment suspiciously and asked, "What did you do?" While she was speaking, she noticed that the embodiment had walked over to the dead wind demon and picked up his corpse. The embodiment grinned and said, "What else can I do? This is a great tonic. TSK, this is the Third Order Dao Source Realm." Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale. She seemed to have recalled something and she cried out in alarm, "Are you going to use that evil cultivation technique to devour his flesh and blood essence again?" The embodiment replied, "I'm just making use of trash." "How disgusting. Don't try it in front of me. Otherwise I'll break off all relations with you," Hua Qingxi said in disdain. At this moment, Yang Kai's body flickered and he reappeared in the wasteland. He waved at the embodiment and Hua Qingxi and said, "Come back." After he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jinghan, who had fainted on the ground, and he seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "It's good that she's unconscious." He waved his hand and sucked Yi Jinghan into the sealed world bead. At the same time he opened the entrance to the sealed world bead, allowing Hua Qingxi and her Dharmakaya to enter. Inside the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden, Yang Kai and his embodiment reappeared. At this moment, the fire ghost's aura was weak, and his vitality was dim. It seemed as if he would die soon. The blood-red saber in his chest was still standing upright, and blood was flowing out from the wound. He laughed mockingly, "I have already suffered a fatal injury. In this world, other than a few kinds of healing panaceas that only exist in legends, no one can save me. I advise you not to waste your time." Cough cough. He coughed as he spoke, his mouth and nostrils filled with blood. Yang Kai snorted, "It's probably impossible for you to recover, but it's definitely not a problem to keep you alive." He went straight to the fire ghost. He stretched out his hand and opened the fire ghost's mouth. Then he took out a large number of healing spirit pills and poured them into his mouth. The fire-titled cultivator was stubborn and still refused to compromise, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, but now that his cultivation had been sealed, how could he defy Yang Kai? After struggling for a while, he had no choice but to swallow these spirit pills. His gaze was filled with resentment and ridicule. He obviously felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to keep him alive. He could clearly feel his vitality fading away, and although the feeling of his life slowly leaving his body was chilling, it was still better than falling into the hands of his enemy and suffering torment. Under his gaze, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of him, made a hand seal, and pressed his palm toward his chest. When the palm pressed on the blood saber, it directly shook the blood saber out of his chest, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The fire ghost could not help but groan, and his body shook violently. He only felt that he was about to die. However, in the next moment, the fire ghost's expression changed. This was because he sensed a rich and pure vitality pouring into his body from the outside world, allowing him, who was on the verge of death, to slowly return from the gates of hell. The wound on his chest became numb and no longer bled. His vitality that was fading away was also greatly replenished at this moment. The fire ghost widened his eyes and looked around. He saw a lush tree that was not taller than half a person in the medicinal garden next to him. It was emitting a dark green aura, which was visible to the naked eye. It was being guided by Yang Kai's secret technique into his body. What's this? Even though the fire ghost knew that he was going to die sooner or later, he was still so shocked that his whole body was trembling. This was because he felt an unimaginable vitality from the small tree. It was the green aura emitted by the small tree that acted on his body and prevented him from dying immediately. He was instantly stunned and realized that this small tree must be very famous. The immortal tree, I don't know if you've heard of it before. Yang Kai grinned at him, but his smile was full of evil. The immortal tree? The fire ghost's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. The immortal tree is born from heaven and earth and has the effect of reviving the dead. It is said that if the immortal tree is refined, one can obtain an immortal and indestructible body. How could you have such a divine object? You know quite a lot," Yang Kai chuckled. "This is the immortal tree? Who are you trying to fool?" The fire ghost disdainfully said. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Yang Kai glanced at him and said with an evil grin, "You even have the strength to quarrel with me. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you won't die anytime soon." As soon as these words came out, the fire ghost was immediately silenced, and his expression changed endlessly. He was shocked to find that just the green aura emitted by the small tree was enough to make his injuries show signs of improvement. He was no longer bleeding and was far away from the misfortune of death. If he could swallow the leaves on the small tree, wouldn't it mean that he would immediately be full of energy and recover from his injuries? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, the fire ghost was completely shocked and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he didn't want to believe it, from his own experience, this small tree might really be the legendary immortal tree. Gulp. The fire ghost couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes suddenly became fiery as he stared at the immortal tree. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and said to the embodiment, "I'll leave this person to you. You must ask him something. Don't worry. He will talk." The embodiment laughed evilly, and his voice entered the fire ghost's ears, making his hair stand on end. However, when he turned his head to take a look, he discovered that Yang Kai had already disappeared. Only the giant stone man was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and he was holding a corpse in his hand. Wind Ghost. The fire ghost looked mournfully at the wind ghost's corpse, and a sad feeling welled up in his heart. After a short while, he looked coldly at the embodiment and said, "I don't care what kind of ghost you are. You won't get any information from me." "You have a backbone." The embodiment praised him. "I like people with a backbone. You can set your mind at ease. I won't make things difficult for you." The fire ghost sneered. It was obvious that he didn't believe the embodiment's words easily. However, to his surprise, the embodiment didn't pay any attention to him. He also didn't seem to have any intention of torturing him. Instead, he placed the wind ghost's corpse in front of him. Then he folded his hands and wrapped the corpse in his palms. "What are you going to do to the wind ghost?" The fire ghost's expression changed drastically, and he asked in a stern voice. "What am I going to do?" "Ha ha ha." The embodiment laughed strangely. The veins on the fire ghost's forehead throbbed, and he was inexplicably upset. The embodiment's perfunctory attitude of not answering the question and asking the question was really infuriating. Just as the fire ghost was getting anxious, the embodiment's expression turned solemn and he shouted, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics." The fire ghost's eyes widened in an instant, and his 2 rows of teeth clattered together violently, making a clattering sound. He said in horror, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics?" The fire ghost didn't have a backbone like he had said before. In other words, what he had seen was beyond his psychological bottom line. He could stab the blood knife into his own heart without hesitation and die to prove his resolve. However, when he saw the Dharmakaya use the heaven-devouring battle law on the wind demon's corpse with his own eyes, the line of defense in his heart instantly collapsed. No one was willing to have their flesh and blood devoured while they were still alive. This kind of death was a little too miserable. Therefore he quickly revealed everything he knew. The 4 of them were the cultivators of the blood knife, and they had received orders from their superiors to capture Yang Kai alive and return to their headquarters. As for the reason, the fire ghost couldn't explain it. They were just following orders. The hierarchy of the blood knife was very strict, and one couldn't get in touch with its secrets unless one reached a certain level. They didn't even know who had issued the order. They just received a mission's instruction at a specific place and time. Through this inquiry, Yang Kai also learned that the blood knife size was beyond his imagination. The blood knife's members were diverse, and they were scattered in various big sects in the territory of the blood knife. Usually, they wouldn't leave any trace behind, and they would only go out to carry out missions when they received a mission. Once the mission was over, they would disappear without a trace and no one would be able to trace them. When the embodiment asked where the headquarters of the blood knife was in the southern territory of the blood knife, the fire ghost's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded before he could answer, and he died. He seemed to have been put under a restriction by some expert. Once the real secrets of the blood knife were involved, this restriction would be activated to prevent the information from leaking out. After receiving this information from the embodiment, Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. Although it was his first time coming into contact with the blood knife, judging from the strength and performance of the 4 ghosts, the blood knife was not to be trifled with. Now he was being targeted by the blood knife, but he didn't even know the reason, let alone the information of the enemy. This made him feel very uncomfortable and he always felt like there was a fishbone in his throat. The blood knife would not rest until they were dead. Now that the mission had failed, the blood knife would definitely not let it go, and there would definitely be more powerful enemies coming to find him. He could get rid of the 4 ghosts of wind, thunder, fire, but what about next time? What if the blood knife mobilized the experts of the Emperor realm? For a moment, Yang Kai was very worried. Chapter 2293. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, he suddenly heard a moaning sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Jinghan sitting on the wooden boat with a frown on her face and a blank look on her face. It seemed like she still didn't understand what was going on. But soon she recalled what had happened before she fainted and stood up abruptly, calling out, "Young Master Yang. You're awake." Yang Kai cast a glance at her and said calmly, "Don't move around. Check your body and see if you have any serious injuries." Yi Jinghan nodded and closed her eyes to examine her body. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "I'm fine." She had just been knocked unconscious by Hua Qingxi. Even though she had been hit by Thunderghost's explosion, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Her qi and blood were just a little unstable and she would recover after taking some pills. "Yang Kai, where are the big sister and the big stone golem?" Hua Qingxi looked around but didn't find any trace of Hua Qingxi or the embodiment. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yang Kai asked. What big sister and the stone golem? It's that. Yi Jinghan was about to describe them, but she suddenly furrowed her brows and said with a strange expression, could it be that it was really an illusion? At this moment she recalled the scene when Hua Qingxi and the embodiment had appeared, and she couldn't help but feel that everything was so unreal. She suddenly suspected that she had fallen into an illusion, and that the young woman and the stone golem weren't real. I used an eye technique to deal with the four ghosts, so you must have been hallucinating, Yang Kai replied. I see. Yi Jinghan exhaled and laughed at herself. Young Master Yang's divine technique is really great. I'm really ashamed that I couldn't help you at all. It's nothing. The four ghosts of Blood Saber aren't easy to deal with. If you had really interfered, you would have already died. Yi Jinghan broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this. She realized once again the huge gap between her and Yang Kai. The Blood Saber's four ghosts were third-order Dao Source Realm Masters, and the four of them had joined forces to execute a joint attack. They could even fight the Emperor Realm, but they were completely annihilated by Yang Kai. Such a battle record was enough to be proud of. Even though they were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, Yi Jinghan discovered that the gap between her and Yang Kai was like the difference between heaven and earth. She couldn't help but feel depressed and yearn for the day when she could possess Yang Kai's strength. She smiled bitterly and touched the back of her neck, only to find that there was a slight pain there. She was stunned. He recalled the scene of the young woman knocking him unconscious. Yi Jinghan was extremely hesitant. She didn't know whether what she had just seen was an illusion or reality. Nothing was said along the way. Yi Jinghan seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai wasn't in a good mood after his encounter with the four ghosts, so she didn't bother him and just pointed him in the right direction. When she had some free time, she would meditate and rest on the wooden boat. After more than 10 days, the two of them finally saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. Only then did Yi Jinghan get up from the wooden boat. She pointed excitedly at the mountain range in front of them and said, Young Master Yang, this is the Thousand Leaf Mountain Range. Our Thousand Leaves sect is located in this mountain range. It will take us less than half a day to reach it. Yang Kai replied casually. Yi Jinghan smiled and said, I will send a message to my father so that he won't worry. She had spent several months on this trip and was always worried about her family when she was alone. Now that she had returned safely, the first thing she wanted to do was to report her safety. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her and just sat at the front of the boat and observed their surroundings. Yi Jinghan took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a short while, the artifact buzzed and seemed to have received an answer. After Yi Jinghan checked it, she furrowed her brows and an unhappy look appeared on her face. Yang Kai noticed the change in her expression and asked, What's wrong? Yi Jinghan pouted and said, My father unexpectedly asked me to represent our Thousand Leaves sect and attend Sky Crane City's City Lord's wedding ceremony. He's really infuriating. She complained, If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have told him that I had returned. It would have saved me a lot of trouble. It seems like you don't want to go. Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Yi Jinghan snorted coldly and said, I don't want to get involved in the affairs of a person who has forgotten his master. It's fine if he takes her as his concubine. But my father also doesn't want to give him face and send someone to attend such a troublesome ceremony. Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, Does your Thousand Leaves sect have a grudge with Sky Crane City's City Lord? Yi Jinghan wore a cold look. That guy is an ungrateful person. He was able to become the City Lord all those years ago because of our Thousand Leaves sect's support. Now that he's grown strong and has found another backer, he doesn't take us seriously. He even squeezed out our Thousand Leaves sect's many properties in Sky Crane City. He's really a vile person. Yang Kai wasn't interested in this matter, so he didn't reply after asking a casual question. Yi Jinghan seemed to have realized that she had misspoken, so she stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry, young Master Yang. I misspoke. It doesn't matter. There are always some stingy people in this world who make people angry. Yang Kai waved his hand. Young Master Yang, please wait for a moment. I will inform my father and take you back to the sect to settle down, Yi Jinghan said before she poured her divine sense into the communication artifact. There's no need for that, Yang Kai grinned. I'll go with you. It'll save me a lot of trouble and I'll just take it as a walk to relieve my boredom. Yi Jinghan was delighted to hear this and she said, Many thanks, young Master Yang. Please forgive me if I neglected you. It's fine. After they spoke, the two of them turned around and headed towards Sky Crane City. Sky Crane City was located 3,000 kilometers away from the foot of Thousand Leaf Mountain, and even though it wasn't a big city, it was still much better than Maplewood City and could be considered a medium-sized city. According to Yi Jinghan, there were a dozen or so Dao Source Realm Masters in Sky Crane City's City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord Luo Jin had a powerful cultivation in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which was comparable to some of the nearby medium-sized sect masters. It was because of this that he was able to secure his position as Sky Crane City's City Lord. When Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan arrived at the city gate, they saw that it was bustling with activity. Many carriages were loaded with goods and were waiting to enter the city. The carriages were filled with precious treasures, and Yang Kai even smelled some pills and spirit herbs. Judging from the joyous decorations on the carriages, it was obvious that the goods in the carriages were gifts prepared by the nearby sects. Sky Crane City was considered an outstanding sect in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, and now that the city lord was taking a concubine, the various sects would naturally come to congratulate him. The guards at the city gate also seemed to be in high spirits, and they all wore smiles as they inspected the goods and let them pass. Yang Kai and Yi Jinghan didn't rush into the city, but instead stood 1,000 meters away from the city and waited quietly. According to Yi Jinghan, Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would be arriving soon. It was a coincidence that Yi Jinghan had been assigned this task. If she hadn't rushed back today, she wouldn't have been assigned this task by Yi Hen, which annoyed her so much. In any case, she was the young sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so it would be acceptable for her to lead the team to congratulate him. After waiting for a while, Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she pointed in a certain direction. "They're here." Yang Kai raised his head and saw a ray of light flying towards them from the horizon. When the ray of light approached them, it revealed its true form. It was an artifact in the shape of a ship with several well-dressed cultivators standing on it. One of them was leaning against the ship's railing and looking around, and when he saw Yi Jinghan, he couldn't help but grin and wave at her intimately. Yi Jinghan responded, and after a short while the ship landed on the ground. The man who had greeted Yi Jinghan flew down and waited for the others to disembark before he made a hand seal and put the ship away. "Z, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone to Maplewood City to look for you." The man came up to Yi Jinghan and looked at her affectionately with bright eyes, completely ignoring Yang Kai's existence. "Brother Du Xian." Yi Jinghan's cheeks flushed from his passionate gaze, and she lowered her head bashfully. When Yang Kai saw this, he knew that there was something going on between this man and woman, and he couldn't help but smile. Another man suddenly poked his head out from behind Du Xian and grinned. "Senior Sister Yi, you don't know this, but ever since you went to Maplewood City, our eldest brother hasn't been able to eat or drink. He's not even in the mood to cultivate, and he's been scolded by our master several times." "Shut up." Du Xian glared at the man, but there was a smile in his eyes. Yi Jinghan pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, "How can you be like this? You still have to cultivate." Du Xian looked at Yi Jinghan affectionately and said softly, "I've been cultivating, but I can't calm my mind and I'm always thinking about someone." "Who are you thinking about?" Yi Jinghan's delicate body trembled, and the blush on her cheeks became even more obvious. "I'm thinking about you." That sneaky man interrupted again and said, "Senior Marshal Sister Yi, Junior Marshal Brother misses you too. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night." As he spoke, he put on a pained expression and tossed and turned in bed, causing the other Thousand Leaves sect disciples to snicker. Chapter 2294. Du Xian wore an odd expression when he asked this question. He didn't know why a stranger like Yang Kai was with Yi Jinghan, but he didn't show any hostility towards him. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples did the same, all of them curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "I am Yang Kai. Nice to meet you, Brother Du," Yi Jinghan continued. "Young Master Yang is an honored guest invited by me. He was going back to the sect to meet with my father to discuss some important matters, but he was assigned a mission by my father to come to Sky Crane City on his way back. So he had no choice but to come here first. Elder brothers and junior brothers, please don't neglect him." Her tone was serious as if Yang Kai was some kind of master. Du Xian and the wizard looked at each other and became more confused. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and he wasn't wearing luxurious clothes. It was obvious that he wasn't a disciple from a great force. Why does Yi Jinghan value such a person so much? Although they had doubts in their hearts, the two of them didn't ask much and just nodded slightly. Since you're here, let's enter the city first. That old thing's concubine marriage ceremony is tomorrow, right? Yi Jinghan asked as she looked at Du Xian. She didn't have any intention of explaining this matter to her brother. After all, she had asked Yang Kai to go back and repair the world-crossing space array. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. She hadn't even had the time to report this matter to Yi Hen. Only then did Du Xian withdraw his attention from Yang Kai. His expression changed slightly as he said, "Z, be careful with your words." As he spoke, he glanced around. The crowd was now 1,000 feet away from the city gate, and he didn't want to let Sky Crane City's people hear him. He was afraid that it would be another round of trouble. Yi Jinghan curled her lips. I'm already being polite by calling him an old bastard. He's already half buried, yet he still dares to imitate others and take in concubines. I don't know which little girl was fooled by him. Wizard Ma smiled bitterly and said, he might not have been deceived. Maybe he had no choice. All these years, this master of the city lord has frequently taken in concubines, but he hasn't had any children. I don't know if his body can take it. Retribution. Yi Jinghan's face was filled with satisfaction. Du Xian rubbed his forehead and said, all right, let's talk less. This time we're here to congratulate you, not to cause trouble. Before we left, Master said that we mustn't cause any trouble in Sky Crane City this time because the people from the surrounding great powers will be here. Yi Jinghan pouted and didn't say anything, while wearing an unhappy expression. Du Xian smiled at Yang Kai and said, I've let Brother Yang laugh at me. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand. Pack up and enter the city, Du Xian yelled at the others. Only then did everyone tidy up their clothes and walk towards the city gate under his lead. The Thousand Leaves sect's congratulatory gifts were all stored in their space rings. Naturally, there wasn't much to tidy up. Only those who were eager to curry favor with Luo Jin would use their carriages to carry their congratulatory gifts. This way, others would be able to see clearly what kind of precious gift they had brought. Not only would it satisfy the city lord's mansion, but it would also bring glory to them. There were many people at the city gate. The Thousand Leaves sect's members didn't show any intention of cutting the queue. They just quietly lined up and waited to enter the city. During this time, Yi Jinghan kept apologizing to Yang Kai, as she was afraid that she would offend him. Others didn't know about Yang Kai's methods, but Yi Jinghan was well aware of them. The Blood Saber's 4 demons had been completely annihilated by Yang Kai 10 days ago, and the scene from that day was still vivid in her mind. If Yang Kai didn't want to line up and force his way into the city, the guards at the city gate wouldn't be able to stop him, but it would definitely bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect. Fortunately, Yang Kai seemed to be very relaxed and didn't show any signs of irritation. The expressions of Du Xian and the Wizard Ma became more and more suspicious. They couldn't understand why Yi Jinghan was treating Yang Kai so cautiously. Her cautious attitude made it seem as if she was interacting with a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The queue moved forward quickly, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it was the Thousand Leaves sect's turn. When the cultivator at the city gate, who was in charge of inspecting goods and people, saw Yi Jinghan, he grinned and cupped his fists. So it's Thousand Leaves sect's young lady Yi. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. This person's appearance was nothing special. He looked extremely ordinary and was about 40 years old. The clothes on his body were extremely festive. There was a smile on his face, but that smile gave people a feeling that it was extremely fake. He wasn't weak and was comparable to the First Order Dao Source realm. It seemed like he held an important position in Sky Crane City. Usually, such a powerhouse wouldn't be in charge of guarding the city gate, but today was different. The cultivator from the surrounding great forces had arrived in Sky Crane City ahead of time to congratulate them, so Sky Crane City naturally had to send a competent cultivator to wait for them. This person was such an existence. Judging from his tone, it was obvious that he knew Yi Jinghan. This wasn't strange, as according to Yi Jinghan, Sky Crane City's city lord had only been able to secure his position because of Thousand Leaves sect's secret support. Sky Crane City's people must have had many interactions with Thousand Leaves sect in the past, and as the daughter of Thousand Leaves sect master, Yi Jinghan was no stranger to them. Yi Jinghan's face was as cold as ice and she replied calmly, Elder Si Ming, you don't need to be so courteous. The middle-aged man called Si Ming smiled and said, Thank you for your understanding, young lady Yi. It's Sky Crane City's honor to have young lady Yi here at the city lord's wedding ceremony. The City Lord's master will surely be happy to hear about it. Please, young lady. As he spoke, he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He didn't seem like he was trying to make things difficult for Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan didn't need to be courteous with him and just walked into the city. Just as Du Xian and the others behind Yi Jinghan were about to enter the city, Siming waved his hand and blocked Du Xian's path. He shouted coldly, "What are you doing?" Chapter 2296. It's better to meet by chance than by chance. Or how about we enter the city together? At the beginning of the month, this young master got a pot of top-notch blood black tea, and I was worried that I couldn't find anyone to taste it for me. Would you do me the honor of tasting it? Chiao Yu turned around and looked at Yi Jinghan with a smile. Yi Jinghan replied coldly, "Those who walk different paths will not work together." After saying this, she called out to Du Xian and the others, "Brother, let's go." Du Xian nodded lightly like a general who had just won a battle and smiled at Chiao Yu. "Young Master Chiao, keep that black tea for yourself. Don't choke on it." Thank you for your concern, Brother Du." Chiao Yu didn't get angry and replied with a smile. After a short while, the Thousand Leaves sect members entered the city. Chiao Yu seemed to have lost interest and walked into the city with the two old men, disappearing into the crowd. "What's Chiao Yu's background? He seems quite amazing," Yang Kai asked curiously after entering the city. Yi Jinghan sighed and replied, "He's the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. Sky Illumination Palace has always been at odds with our Thousand Leaves sect and has always wanted to push us aside, but they never had the chance. However, I heard that the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, Chiao Zhe, is in seclusion to break through to the Emperor Realm. If he really succeeds." Yi Jinghan's face became worried as she spoke. Du Xian said, "Sky Crane City and Sky Illumination Palace are in cahoots now. If Chiao Zhe really breaks through to the Emperor Realm, the future of our Thousand Leaves sect will be bleak." Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly realized that Sky Crane City's new backer was probably Sky Illumination Palace. The wizard said, "It's not that easy to break through to the Emperor Realm. That old man Chiao Zhe might become the demon race and die during his breakthrough." Everyone could hear this. This was his curse. However, since Chiao Zhe dared to break through to the Emperor Realm, he must have a certain degree of confidence. If he really did break through, Thousand Leaves sect would really be in trouble. Master has his own considerations. "Let's just do our own thing." Du Xian quickly comforted his brothers when he saw that they weren't in high spirits. Sky Crane City, in front of a shop called Heavenly Puppet Building. The group from Thousand Leaves sect stopped in their tracks. Yi Jinghan explained to Yang Kai, "This is the largest property of my Thousand Leaves sect in Sky Crane City. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you can stay here for 2 days. After the ceremony tomorrow, I will accompany young Master Yang back to the sect." "Sure." Yang Kai looked at the magnificent and luxurious Heavenly Puppet Building and nodded slightly. It could be seen that the Celestial Puppet Building's business must have been booming in the past because it was able to build such a store in such a prime location. It was very likely that it was as busy as a marketplace, with merchants coming and going like carps crossing the river. Unfortunately, circumstances had changed with the passage of time. Presently, the Heavenly Puppet Building was completely deserted and empty. Only some goods placed on the shelves were covered in dust. A manservant dressed like a waiter was taking a nap behind the counter. He didn't know what good dream he was having, but he kept laughing foolishly, and saliva was dripping down from the corner of his mouth. "This business is quite shabby," Yang Kai sighed. Yi Jinghan said with a bitter smile, "If a store was blocked every day by some ferocious fellows who used the City Lord's mansion's name to pressure customers, I'm afraid that no one would come to buy anything." Upon hearing her words, Yang Kai discovered that not far from the Heavenly Puppet Building, there were several ferocious-looking strong men who were sneering at the entrance of the Heavenly Puppet Building. It seemed like they were ready to take action at any moment. But when he saw the Thousand Leaves sect's insignia on the clothes of Yi Jinghan and the others, his expression changed. His expression changed slightly and he averted his gaze. Yang Kai chuckled, "Your sect's situation in Sky Crane City isn't very good." Yi Jinghan's face turned gloomy, "The situation isn't good. Young Master Yang, please come inside. Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Yi Jinghan into the store. Du Xian, the wizard Ma, and the others looked at each other in confusion. Along the way they could see that Yi Jinghan seemed to value Yang Kai a lot, treating him like a guest of honor and treating him with respect. But no matter how they looked at him, Yang Kai was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so they couldn't understand what kind of ability he had that made Yi Jinghan treat him with such respect. But now wasn't the time to ask such questions. After they entered the store, the wizard Ma strode forward and knocked on the counter a few times to wake up the sleeping waiter. The waiter was probably also a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, but his cultivation wasn't high and his status was quite low. When he saw Yi Jinghan and the others, he was scared out of his wits and his face turned pale. He lowered his head and apologized profusely. Yi Jinghan waved her hand impatiently and said, "Ask the shopkeeper to arrange a few rooms for us." Yes, this little one will call the shopkeeper. Eldest young lady, please wait for a moment." The waiter felt as if he had just been pardoned and ran to the back of the store. After a short while, an old man came out of the back of the store and bowed to Yi Jinghan and the others before leading them to the back of the store. The concubine ceremony was to be held tomorrow, so there wasn't much to do today. After Yi Jinghan helped Yang Kai settle down properly, she returned to her room and waited quietly for a moment before she heard a light knock on the door. She walked over and opened the door, only to see Du Xian standing at the doorway with a bright smile on his face. She blushed and bashfully welcomed him into the room, whispering sweet nothings to him. In the room, Yang Kai was sitting in meditation and resting. Coming to Sky Crane City with Yi Jinghan was just a coincidence, so he decided to take things as they came. But for some unknown reason he felt uneasy today, as if something was about to happen, making him unable to calm down and meditate. This was the first time such a situation had occurred, and Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation when he was cultivating in the past. He didn't dare to be careless, so he used his divine sense to examine his body over and over again, fearing that he would develop a hidden danger or develop a heart demon due to his improper cultivation. Chapter 2297. Not only that, he suddenly felt his entire body lighten up, his entire being becoming refreshed and full of vigor, while the flow of source qi within his body became even more rapid. Sensing this, Yang Kai was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted. This should be due to the breakthrough in his mental state. His face immediately lit up with joy. From the looks of it, choosing to come out for a stroll was a wise decision. If he had been meditating and cultivating in the heavenly puppet building, he might have ended up in a dead end and would not have had such an opportunity. Not long after, the waiter brought over some good delicacies and wine. Although the waiter seemed to be bragging, the food and wine in this restaurant were indeed pretty good. All of the ingredients were extraordinary and contained an enormous amount of energy. If one consumed them all year round, they could theoretically increase one's cultivation. However, such an increase would be very small, and would not be as solid and pure as one's diligent cultivation. Therefore, a cultivator would generally not choose such a method to increase their cultivation. Not to mention the large amount of source crystals consumed every day, the growth obtained would be extremely limited. Therefore, it would be better for them to obediently meditate and cultivate. However, Yang Kai did not intend to argue with the waiter. After praising him and tipping him with some source crystals, he dismissed him and sat there alone, drinking by himself. The third floor of the restaurant was filled with guests, either in groups of 3 to 5 or in pairs. There were only a few tables where a single person was sitting alone like Yang Kai. As these people drank excitedly, they naturally started to talk loudly, talking about the customs of various places, as well as the strange happenings. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was rather interesting. He did not know what was going on. Perhaps it was due to his natural disposition as a man. As this topic continued, it eventually reached the topic of City Lord Luo Jin's new concubine. Speaking of our City Lord Master, don't be fooled by his age, he's already enjoyed all the blessings in the world. That's right, City Lord Master already has 14 concubines including the one tomorrow. That's 15. I wonder if City Lord Master's energy can keep up, A beauty guarding an empty chamber is an extremely cruel thing. If Master Luo is unable to disperse the rain and dew, the harem of the City Lord's mansion will probably be turned upside down. What? Judging from the meaning of your words, what do you have in mind? I wouldn't dare. I was just speaking casually. Hearing your tone, I thought that you wanted to help City Lord Master, Haha, if there's such a chance. It's not impossible to give it a try. You two drank too much, huh? Be careful that the walls have ears. Disaster comes from the mouth. Someone suddenly snorted coldly. He reminded himself. The expressions of the two people who were in the middle of a conversation changed when they heard this. He said embarrassedly, I did drink a little too much. What did I say before? I don't think so. I didn't say anything. For a moment the topic was suddenly changed. But after a while someone else said, speaking of which, the city lord's 14 wives all seem to be outstanding beauties, capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. As a person, they have to be like Lord Luo, who let him be city lord master. But from what you said, it seems that you have seen those city lord's wives? That's right. City lord master hid those wives in the city lord's mansion. Even if they went out, they would wear black veils to hide their faces. How did you see them? That person smiled faintly and said, Haha, this one naturally doesn't have such good fortune. It's just that this one has a niece who works as a servant in the city lord's mansion and serves the city lord's wives. From what she said, all of the city lord's wives are beauties that captivate all living things, especially that new city lord's wife. She seems to be particularly outstanding and is quite liked by the city lord. You even have information about the new city lord's wife? Tell me, what does she look like? That's right. I'm also curious. That person smiled and said, it's fine to talk about it, but this table's wine money? I'll give it to you. Waiter, bring a few more pots of your best wine. Someone suddenly shouted. The man smiled and cupped his fists, saying, friend is straightforward. Since that's the case, this one will casually talk about it. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth and described the appearance of the new city lord's wife. This man's eloquence was excellent. After a while, everyone seemed to be able to see a graceful, charming, and coquettish woman slowly walking towards them from the void. For a moment they all showed expressions of fascination, and some of them even began drooling. Humph! At this moment, someone suddenly snorted coldly and slammed the wine cup in his hand onto the table, making a loud noise. Everyone's reverie was interrupted and they all looked at the man angrily. Yang Kai was also listening attentively. When he noticed the noise, he quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw a brawny man sitting alone at a table. He reeked of alcohol and had a ferocious look on his face. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this man was only a third-order origin king. Moreover, he seemed to have been injured not long ago. His aura was unstable and his right eye had been blinded. There was no black pupil, only white. Coupled with his ferocious and rough appearance, it made people shudder. For some unknown reason, this one-eyed brawny man had a furious look on his face. The wine pot in his hand was crushed, and the fragrant wine slid down his fingers. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Hu Chai. The man who spoke earlier chuckled. After he finished speaking, he patted his mouth and said, No, it should be One-Eyed Tiger. Ah! He didn't hide his ridicule and mockery, causing everyone else to laugh along with him. It seemed that this man surnamed Chai wasn't likable at all. Brother Chai, I'm really curious. Who exactly blinded your eye? After he finished laughing, he asked another question. Chai Hu snorted but didn't reply. He just sat there with a ferocious look on his face. Rolling his eyes, he glared at the man and said, Don't make irresponsible remarks here or I'll tear your mouth apart. The man's face changed as he roared, What irresponsible remarks? What do you mean by that? Chai Hu replied, That young lady isn't like what you're saying. Which young lady? The man frowned. Since this young lady is willing to pay double for these things, just sell them to her. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately cast a grateful look at Yang Kai and bowed, Thank you for your generosity. Luo Bing shouted, Why are you talking as if he gave them to me? I snatched it from you. Yes. You were the one who snatched it, this one admits defeat. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. That's more like it. Luo Bing's face turned slightly amiable and she raised her head proudly. She knocked on the table and said, Tell me, how many source crystals are they? The shopkeeper looked at the abacus in front of him and said, If you buy them, it will cost 1864 300 source crystals. You can round it off and make it 18,660,000. So, young lady Luo only needs to pay 37,200,000 source crystals. Gudong. Luo Bing couldn't help swallowing her saliva and said with difficulty, How much? The shopkeeper raised his head and reported the price again with an indifferent look on his face. This time even Qiuyu couldn't help but open his eyes wide and look at Yang Kai in shock. He didn't expect that the things Yang Kai bought would cost so many source crystals. This amount of source crystals was enough to move most Dao Source Realm cultivators. Even Qiuyu, the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace, didn't have so many source crystals. Yang Kai's huge financial resources showed that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Luo Bing was also dumbfounded and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. After a while, Luo Bing said bitterly, "Shopkeeper, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The shopkeeper said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "This old man has been in charge of this shop for 30 years and has never made a mistake." Yang Kai grinned and said, "What's wrong, young lady Luo? You don't have enough money to buy them?" "Who said I don't have enough money?" When Luo Bing heard this, she jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on and said, "This little amount of source crystals is nothing in this young lady's eyes. My father, master, gave me more than this amount of pocket money." "NN," Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and cupped his fists. "Young lady Luo is so rich and generous. I really admire you." Luo Bing said in a low voice, "But I left in a hurry today and didn't bring them with me." Yang Kai smiled and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Young lady Luo, you don't want to buy them on credit, do you?" "Who said I wanted to buy them on credit?" Luo Bing's face turned red. She really did want to just now, but after being ridiculed by Yang Kai, she didn't have the face to do it. She could only stare at Qiuyu and say, "Brother Yu." Qiuyu instinctively wiped his space ring and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Sister Bing, I only have 10 million. When Luo Bing heard this, she stamped her feet and said, "Why didn't you bring more source crystals with you when you left?" Qiuyu was speechless. He thought that 10 million was already a lot, and it was all of his hard-earned savings. How could he have more? Moreover, even if he had more, he couldn't take it out at this time. He had spent twice the price to buy some herbs in a fit of pique, and he had spent his own source crystals. Luo Bing would never return them to him. As he thought of this, Qiuyu glared at Yang Kai with hatred. He felt that this boy was secretly playing tricks to embarrass him. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it and laughed. "Young lady Luo, it turns out that you didn't bring enough money. In that case, I will take these herbs." "Stop." Luo Bing shouted and threw herself at the herbs. She used her body to protect them as if she was protecting something very important. She shouted at Yang Kai, "Wait a moment. I will go back and ask my father master to give me enough source crystals." "Will the city lord master give you the source crystals?" Yang Kai curled his lips. Chapter 2299. Qiuyu couldn't stand it any longer and he pulled Luo Bing's arm and said, "Sister Bing, don't make a fuss. The city lord's master is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony, so he probably won't see you." "I'm not making a fuss. I just want to buy these things," Luo Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook his head, took the herbs and put them in his space ring. He then handed over the corresponding amount of source crystals to the shopkeeper, turned around and walked out. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two people. "Don't go," Luo Bing shouted, but it was to no avail. When she saw that Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly pulled Qiuyu and pleaded, "Brother Yu, help me stop him. I must buy these herbs today." "Forget it." Impatience flickered in Qiuyu's eyes. He had almost reached the limit of his patience, as he had to accompany this ignorant little girl to make a fuss. However, Sky Crane City was quite powerful, and the Sky Illumination Palace wanted to get closer to it. So, every time he came to Sky Crane City he would accompany Luo Bing. It won't be good if the City Lord's master learns about this. What's not good about it? I can take anyone I want in Sky Crane City, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Luo Bing said arrogantly, "Moreover, isn't he with the Thousand Leaves Sect's people? We can ask him what he's plotting in coming to the city." Sigh. Qiuyu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree to her request. Moreover, he also wanted to know the relationship between Yang Kai and the Thousand Leaves Sect. He knew that there was no one called Yang Kai in the Thousand Leaves Sect. However, at the city gate, Yi Jinghan had said that he was a member of the Thousand Leaves Sect. Qiuyu couldn't help but become vigilant. He nodded and said, "Fine, but if the city lord's master asks about this, I won't mention you. Brother Yu, you're the best." Luo Bing revealed a happy expression. Chiu Yu's face became stern and he shouted in a low voice, "Elders, I'll have to trouble you." It was unknown who he was talking to. Luo Bing stood there with a smile on her face. She stared at Yang Kai's back, hoping that he would be taken down. She imagined that this fellow would be tortured by her, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the medicinal herbs with both hands. However, as she watched, she could no longer laugh because Yang Kai walked out of the shop, then turned around and rushed into the crowd. Then he disappeared. He ran away. Luo Bing shook Chiu Yu's arm and reminded him. Chiu Yu was also stunned. He shouted into the void, "Two elders, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The two old men from the Third Order Dao Source realm who had come with him at the city gate appeared together. However, both of them were sweating profusely. His face was slightly pale and he had a look of lingering fear. "Why aren't you attacking?" Chiu Yu asked angrily. He felt that he had lost face in front of Luo Bing and was in a bad mood. The two old men looked at each other and one of them said, "Young master is wise. It's not that we don't want to attack but that we can't." "What's going on?" Chiu Yu's face darkened. The old man said, "I can't explain it, but when we were about to attack, we felt an inexplicable sense of danger as if, he said. A frightened expression appeared on his face. The other old man said, "It seemed that if we attacked, we would have immediately collapsed." "Are you kidding?" Chiu Yu opened his mouth wide and stared at the two old men in disbelief. The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, we have followed you for many years, and we have never refused your orders. However, this time, there is something fishy." "That's right. Please forgive us, young master," the other old man said. Chiu Yu looked at them for a long time, then said bitterly, "Are you saying that this lad is a wolf in sheep's clothing? He might be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm?" Chiu Yu couldn't help but gulp when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back and his face turned pale. The two old men were both powerhouses from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although they were old, their cultivation was purer and stronger. Only someone from the Emperor realm could suppress them in an instant and make them afraid to attack without leaving a trace. Chiu Yu couldn't help but feel weak when he thought about how he had provoked a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. His legs trembled and he couldn't even stand properly. No, no, no. The old man who spoke first shook his head. "That lad is young, so he can't be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Moreover, we have carefully scanned him with our divine sense. He is indeed a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator." "Then, does that mean that the Emperor realm is secretly protecting him?" Chiu Yu was shocked again. "That's not it either. That feeling didn't come from a powerhouse from the Emperor realm." The other old man shook his head. Chiu Yu gulped and said, "Are you too mistaken?" The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, don't you believe us?" "That's not it," Chiu Yu quickly waved his hand, "but there must be an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that lad can easily defeat you too?" The old man sneered, "With his cultivation, he is still 100 years too young to defeat us." Luo Bing, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, interjected, "What are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old fogies are really useless. Brother Yu is so good to you." Chiu Yu's face suddenly turned cold and he looked at Luo Bing and said, "Shut up." Luo Bing was startled. Ever since she met Chiu Yu, she had never seen him treat her like this, and she had never seen him get so angry. Moreover, she was wrong just now, so she couldn't accept it. She shouted hysterically, "Are you scolding me? How dare you scold me?" Chiu Yu snorted coldly, "These two old men treat me like an elder, so you can't humiliate them." Luo Bing's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She gritted her teeth and glared at Chiu Yu bitterly. Then she pounced on him and punched him, shouting, "I hate you. I hate you. Brother Yu is the worst. I hate you so much." After punching him for a while, she turned around and ran out of the store. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Young master, why aren't you chasing after her?" One of the two old men's expression changed when he saw this. Chiu Yu snorted coldly and said, "This little girl is spoiled, so let her reflect on herself for a while." "But if Miss Luo has an accident?" the old man said worriedly. Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old Manly suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. I'm not going. Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Chiao Yu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old Manly also did not expect Yang Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice. Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age. This old man will say it again? Yang Kai chuckled and interrupted him. I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy? As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old Man Li's face sank as he said, Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out? His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation and reputation. Yang Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice. You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog? Pooh. Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this she immediately spat it out. You. Old Manly flew into a rage. Yang Kai snorted, Stop with the you and me. If Chiao Yu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around. After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from. Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you. Old Manly was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yang Kai a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement he said, Brother Yang, I like you so much. Yang Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, I'm only interested in women. Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying. Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a belly full of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yang Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yang Kai had humiliated Old Manly in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things. Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Chiao Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Chiao Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Chiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves Sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Chiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Chiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." "Just a few words?" Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Chiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all, so what kind of grudge could there be between them? Chiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves Sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves Sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Chiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today, your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Chiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered, "Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination?" His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Chiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. "What is it?" Chiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, "Brother Chiu, can you help us change seats?" Chiu Yu asked doubtfully, "Change seats?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, "The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place." The corners of Chiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, "Then, where do you want to change seats?" Yang Kai pointed and said, "I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty." Chiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, "Do you know who is sitting there?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "In short, it's a table for people to sit there." No, I can't do that." Chiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, "Brother Chiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood?" Chiu Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, "What code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity?" Chapter 2304. Chiu Yu sighed and said, "Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change?" Chiu Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, "So what if I change? So what if I don't change?" Yang Kai chuckled and patted Chiu Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. "If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the City Lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters." "Enough." Chiu Yu's face turned cold and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, "You're threatening me." "Am I?" Yang Kai blinked. "Brother Chiu, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you." Chiu Yu said angrily, "I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body." Chiu Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves Sect's group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Chiu Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves Sect's group and cupped his fists. "Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you." Du Xian, Yi Jinghan and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. Thank you for your trouble. While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still at a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, what's going on? What did you tell Qiuyu? She knew that with Thousand Leaves sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Qiuyu. After all, Qiuyu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's nothing. Brother Qiu and I feel like old friends at first sight, so when we meet again we have a heart-to-heart talk. He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table. No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, Only a fool would believe you. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu is a pretty good person. Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City, but at this moment, Thousand Leaves sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves sect. Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously it wasn't a real threat but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the city lord master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father. When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while Luo Jin said, Bing, go and rest. You're probably too tired. He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. Father, promise me. Luo Bing begged. Impudent. Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission. Father. Luo Bing cried, I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go. Hiss. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient. Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Bing said, I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go. Luo Jin said angrily, What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her. Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, "I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over." The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. "It's him." A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, "Wait. Are you going to let her go or not?" Jianghu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, "Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail." As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Jianghu's face as he shouted, "Fifth sister, come here first." After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Jianghu step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Jianghu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Qiuyu, "Young Master Qiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest." Qiuyu nodded, "I'll obey the master's orders." As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Qiuyu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Jianghu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red, "Fifth sister, tell me exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart?" Luo Jin sneered, "This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite." A guest at the side shouted out, "City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable." That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Jianghu roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly before roaring, "Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king." After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around before saying with a dark expression, "Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward and this king will give you a satisfactory answer." Today he had been disrupted by someone causing him to lose face. Therefore he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue, let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly, "Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, Feel free to speak frankly. He looked around only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face before raising his hand. I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury? That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jinghan, Du Xian and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. Chapter 2309. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. With his second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Have they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion taking action together, even the third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators would die without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death, some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chai Hu's face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor. Did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now, so it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Z, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead. What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Transrealm Spatial Array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if he's powerful? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. I believe in him. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the city lord's mansion standing there. Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chaihu with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How does that feel?" Chaihu's face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with his single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chaihu was shocked as he clenched his teeth. "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chaihu's face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago. How could fifth sister attack me from behind? Damn it. I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? I, Chaihu, am the stupidest person under the heavens." As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. Big brother Chai. Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was holding Chaihu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chaihu like a mother hen shouting, "Big brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chaihu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chaihu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Bing. Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the evildoer who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. "Father, let big brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him." Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chaihu's single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. His heart was filled with respect. "Lady Bing, well done." Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, "Don't worry, your big brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life." Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I promise." Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, "Thank you, thank you. Take him away quickly. Big brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done." He paused for a moment before continuing with a faint smile, "Of course. If Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us." Meh. Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father before looking at Chaihu behind her. With a sad smile, she said, "Forget about me, I have to stay by my father's side." A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, "No matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, "Kill me, it's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well." As his words rang out, the surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai Hu's single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. "You want to lie to me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly before speaking out in a sinister voice, "Do you know the price of lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you." The middle-aged man shouted out, "Everything I've said is true." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Good. Since that's the case, remove that secret technique." Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head continuously. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, "If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "What a good plan you've made." The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh. "I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me." "Then tell me exactly what kind of secret technique is that?" Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine, I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs." Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. "Wait." The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. "What else do you have to say?" Yang Kai asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying, "That wasn't a secret technique? It wasn't a secret technique?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Then what method did you use to control the bride?" The middle-aged man cried out, "I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City." Chapter 23:15. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, patting Yuan Mo's head as a reward. However, Yuan Mo thought that Yang Kai was about to kill him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. Trash. Luo Jin scolded while clenching his teeth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the other people with a cold gaze. Before he could say anything, those people started to shout out, "Young Master Yang, we've already seen how the word, death, is written. It's our utmost honor to see young Master Yang's authentic handwriting. Young Master Yang is truly a miraculous person to be able to use blood as ink to write such good words. Admirable, admirable." These people were all trying their best to flatter Yang Kai. Although they were praising and flattering him, the smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Clearly they were extremely afraid in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would kill them if he was in a bad mood. Many of the guests looked at them with disdain, feeling pained by their shamelessness. However, after thinking about it, if they were to encounter such a situation, would they be able to perform any better than them? With a blade on their necks, honor and loyalty were no longer important. Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking about this, many people sighed inwardly, knowing that it wasn't that these people were afraid of death, but rather that they were in a disadvantageous situation. Since you know how the word, death, is written, hurry up and scram. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Yang Kai retracted the smile on his face as he roared impatiently. As though they had been pardoned, those people scurried back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and look at Luo Jin. He said coldly, "Hand her over. Otherwise you know the consequences." Luo Jin remained unmoved, only snorting coldly, "Is this how your master taught you to speak to your seniors?" Yang Kai replied, "I've always respected the old and loved the young. However, if City Lord's master doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for beating you up until your mother can't recognize you." As he said that, he walked towards Luo Jin at a steady pace. Clearly he wasn't willing to drag things out and wanted to end this quickly. A trace of nervousness flashed across Luo Jin's face. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's by a small realm, he had seen everything that Yang Kai had done just now, so he knew that this youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Luo Jin immediately looked in a certain direction and said, "Master Ku, please lend me a hand. This Luo will be eternally grateful." He knew that it was meaningless to ask for the help of those second-order Dao Source Realm masters from the first-order Dao Source Realm, so he directly invited a master from the third-order Dao Source Realm who he was familiar with and had a close relationship with. In this situation, only the third-order Dao Source Realm could suppress Yang Kai. Just as Luo Jin finished speaking, an old man slowly walked out from the crowd. This old man had a head of white hair and a restrained aura, while his eyes were extremely bright. His face was rosy. He looked like an elder. He smiled slightly and said, "Since Master Luo has invited me, this old man will naturally comply." A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he nodded, "Many thanks." At this moment Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at the old man, he asked with a grin, "Old man, are you going to intervene in this matter?" The old man with the surname Ka smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If little brother doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? This old man's body isn't strong and can't be compared to you youngsters." Chapter 23:18. Fourth brother, you're being silly. The second old man frowned and scolded him. The last middle-aged man with a ferocious expression laughed and said, "Since it's already like this, then let's turn this place upside down." Saying so, he was really about to take action. Seeing that they still didn't understand the situation, Qiyu was speechless and said, "Wait, look at who this is." The three of them stared blankly for a moment before looking in the direction that she was pointing at. With a single glance, the three were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Seniors, long time no see." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. "Sect Master?" Guizhu exclaimed. Even though he was used to seeing great storms, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. "Sect Master Yang? Young boy?" Gu Yun and President Aio were also speechless, as if they were dreaming. Qiyu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to him that my three brothers were able to escape today." Hearing what she said, the three's expressions turned serious and they quickly released their divine senses to check Yang Kai's cultivation. After seeing that he was already a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but gasp. They remembered very clearly that Yang Kai was only a second-order Origin King when they set off from the Star Territory, but who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years he would already be ahead of them? Such a speed of growth was simply embarrassing. It was one thing for him to have such a cultivation, but from Qiyu's words, everything that happened today seemed to be because of Yang Kai. It all ended because of Yang Kai. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the word, death, was written in blood and flesh on the wall. It was a ghastly sight. Sky Crane City Lord Luo Jin was stabbed in the chest with a wide sword, so he didn't dare to move. The eyes of the surrounding guests were filled with shock and fear. The three were all experienced people, so they just glanced around and understood the situation. Now that he had a rough understanding of what had happened, he was even more shocked. How could a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator accomplish such a feat in someone else's territory? Guizhu and the others couldn't even begin to imagine. "Seniors, are you in good health?" Yang Kai asked. Guizhu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. We're doing well." Yang Kai could also sense that they were fine, as Luo Jin had indeed not mistreated them. He had most likely only sealed their cultivations after capturing them and locking them up in the dungeon. At this moment, the seal had already been removed, allowing them to recover. After all, the three of them were only in the first-order Dao Source realm. With Luo Jin's control over the City Lord's mansion, he did not place them in his eyes, so there was no need for him to be overly vigilant. "We'll talk about the details later. Let's leave this place first," Red Moon suggested. Guizhu raised his brow and revealed an evil smile as he looked towards Luo Jin, the soul of the third-order Dao Source realm. "I'll gladly accept it." While he was speaking, as he spoke, he summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew within the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Strands of black aura visible to the naked eye started to spread out, transforming into indistinct human figures that wandered in all directions. The faces of the numerous guests changed drastically as they sensed the evil aura radiating from this artifact. Their hearts trembled in fear as they wondered exactly what kind of evil secret art this old fellow was cultivating, for even his artifact to be so evil. "Don't come over." Although Luo Bing's beautiful face had turned pale from fright, her face was still pale. Despite that, she continued to stand guard in front of Luo Jin and shout. Luo Jin was also flustered as he looked towards Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang? I really didn't hurt them. Furthermore, I've already released them according to your instructions. You can't go back on your word." Yang Kai shot a cold glance at him, before extending his hand to stop Guizhu's actions. Although Guizhu didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he didn't continue. Instead, he continued to laugh sinisterly, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Chai Hu gulped as he spoke out, "Little brother, Miss Luo has helped me quite a bit in the past. She was also the one who brought me in. Don't hurt her." Hearing his words, Guizhu and the others couldn't help but look at Chai Hu with strange expressions. Chai Hu replied, "One must clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges." Qiyu pursed her lips into a smile. "What fourth brother says is right." Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, before exerting a bit of force in his hand, pulling out the myriad sword, causing blood to spurt out. Luo Jin wasn't startled, but instead rejoiced as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Just as his voice rang out, Yang Kai suddenly sent a palm towards him, smashing right into his chest. Luo Jin was caught off guard, and was completely unable to react in time as he was sent flying by a gigantic force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he landed heavily on the ground, his aura dispirited. "Daddy!" Luo Bing shrieked as she scrambled towards Luo Jin. On the other side, Luo Jin sat up with great difficulty as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After being struck by Yang Kai's move, he finally understood how powerful this youth was. The source chi in his body was so dense and pure that even he couldn't compare to it. Was he still a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? What would happen if he advanced to the third-order Dao Source Realm? At that time he would be invincible under the Emperor Realm. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Luo Jin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he secretly feared that he had provoked such a monster. You should rejoice that you have such a good daughter. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he shouted towards Guizhu and the others, "Let's go." As he spoke he strode out. No one dared to obstruct him as they made way for him, as though they were avoiding the god of pestilence, all of them distancing themselves from Yang Kai. Guizhu and the others followed after him, while Yi Jinghan shouted out in a low voice, "Let's go too." As she spoke, Du Xian and the others hurriedly followed after them. The city lord's mansion was completely silent. Even though Yang Kai and the others had already left, no one dared to speak out loud. All of them were looking at Luo Jin with complicated gazes. Shock appeared on Gu Songyun's face as he said, "Sect Master Yang, are you saying that the reason why fourth brother's cultivation fell was because he drank the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood?" "Yes. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood has the effect of suppressing one's cultivation. It can be used to refine pills. If it's combined with some herbs, it can be used to refine profound wolf pills. A single spirit pill is enough to cripple a Dao Source Realm cultivator's cultivation and destroy their foundation, making it impossible for them to cultivate ever again." As his words rang out, everyone's faces changed drastically as their faces turned pale. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Chai Hu's fate in the future would be. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Originally, they had assumed that Chai Hu had only fallen to the third order Origin King realm, and that he might be able to find a way to regain his cultivation. However, they never imagined that it would be so serious. If that was really the case, not only would it be impossible for Chai Hu to regain his cultivation as time passed, his cultivation would continue to fall until it was completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Seeing their ugly expressions, Yang Kai said with a smile, "That's just the effect of the profound wolf pill. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood alone isn't that powerful." Aio asked anxiously, "Is there a way to save him?" Yang Kai turned his head and shot a look at Chiyu. "Why are you looking at me?" Chiyu asked with a confused look on her face. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chiyu's blood has a slight effect of suppressing the poison." Everyone became even more confused as they didn't know the reason for that. On the other hand, Chiyu's eyes lit up as she said, "I understand." She was the monster king of the monster star, and was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, heavenly moon demon spider, with the bloodline of the heavenly moon demon spider remaining in her body. The profound heavenly wolf spider and the heavenly moon demon spider were the same species, but their grades were far from equal. The aura of the heavenly moon demon spider was enough to restrain the low-grade profound heavenly wolf spider. Saying so, Chiyu didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Using her finger as a sword, she made a vicious cut on her wrist. In an instant, dark red blood flowed out from her white wrist. Handing her wrist over to Chai Hu, she said, "Fourth brother, drink it." Chai Hu was dumbfounded by her actions, his face turning red as he asked, "What are you doing?" Chiyu chuckled, "You're still shy? Don't be long-winded, hurry up and drink it." Saying so, she stuffed her wrist into Chai Hu's mouth without any explanation. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai, if you want to recover your cultivation, it's best that you don't refuse." Hearing that, a conflicted expression appeared on Chai Hu's face. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took the initiative to suck on her wrist. Yang Kai said, "Although Senior Chiyu's blood has some suppressive properties, you'll still need a condensation pill if you want to completely remove the poison. I'll refine the pill. Before the pill is successfully refined, Senior Chai shouldn't use any strength. Otherwise it might become even more troublesome." While Yang Kai was speaking, Chai Hu had already let go of Chiyu's hand. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, little brother." Yang Kai grinned, "Senior is sworn brothers with my sect's elder, as well as my master and mother-in-law. That means that we're a family, so there's no need to be so polite. Mother-in-law and mother-in-law? A strange expression appeared on Chihu's face as he turned his head to look at Chiyu, saying, "Fifth sister, you're married?" Chiyu spat at him, saying, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Chapter 23-22. Although Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a true top-level sect, it was still quite impressive thanks to the heritage it had left behind over tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai observed the scenery with great interest as he walked. However, Yang Kai could sense that the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was indeed not very dense. For such a precious place to not have the corresponding amount of world energy lingering around it, it meant that the earth veins in this place were not outstanding. Logically speaking, such a place should not be used as a place to establish a sect, but the ancestral founder of Thousand Leaves sect had chosen to establish a branch here, which was obviously because of the sealed world. Just like how when Zishan chose to establish Azure Sun Temple in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror was a decisive factor. The mountain path was rugged and the group flew through the air. Clouds and mist swirled around them, creating a beautiful scenery. That small mountain over there, it looks like a demonic beast. Chiyu suddenly seemed to have discovered something as she pointed at a small mountain that was about 50 meters tall. The one next to it is also quite interesting. It looks like a person holding a sword. Gu Yun's eyes burned as he looked towards the other mountain with great interest. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction and soon discovered that these two mountains weren't the only interesting ones. Within Thousand Leaves mountain range, there were at least a dozen small mountains that looked like living creatures. These small mountains weren't very tall, ranging from a few dozen meters to a few hundred meters tall. They were either standing, making them look like living creatures that had been magnified countless times. Yang Kai also found them interesting and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, his expression soon changed and he released his divine sense, enveloping those strange small mountains. After a short while, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked in shock, "Sect Master Yi, these small mountains aren't as simple as they look, right?" Yi Hen smiled. "Young Master Yang's eyes are truly sharp. To be able to see this Yi is impressed." "Is it really what I think it is?" Yang Kai's expression immediately turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded. "Yes, it is indeed what young Master Yang thinks it is." "Father, what are you talking about?" Yi Jinghan looked at her father blankly, not knowing what kind of riddle he was playing with Yang Kai. Chiyu and the others were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel awe. She praised, "Your sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary figures. Originally, I thought that Miss Yi was exaggerating about the past glory of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it seems that there is no falsehood at all." Yi Hen sighed. "Although the foundation is still there, the inheritance has already declined. This Yi is ashamed." Yi Jinghan said, "This isn't father's fault. If not for that generation's ancestor losing their inheritance, we wouldn't have ended up like this." "Impudent." Yi Hen glared at Yi Jinghan. "The actions of our ancestors are not something you can casually comment on." Yi Jinghan pouted, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. Seeing that Yi Hen wasn't in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, his impression of the Thousand Leaves sect had improved significantly. In 100 years, they might even be able to rise to the level of a top sect. Just those inconspicuous and strange little mountain peaks alone were enough to achieve such a feat. After a short while, the group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves Mountain Range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like the other sects, there were many magnificent pavilions at the top of this peak. Chapter 23-23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He could also see Hua Qingxi's eagerness. How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel. Hua Qingxi sighed and waved her hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Where is this place and why did you call me out? This is Thousand Leaves Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect. Hua Qingxi raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking, are you talking about the Thousand Leaves Sect famous for their puppet techniques? Does Sister Hua know about this sect? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi replied, although Thousand Leaves Sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory, so how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while, but unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now they can't even control the puppets left in the sect. That's true. Yang Kai immediately understood that Hua Qingxi knew a lot about Thousand Leaves Sect. Why did you come to Thousand Leaves Sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques? Hua Qingxi asked curiously. I was asked by someone to help you with something. Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Hua Qingxi was surprised. Thousand Leaves Sect actually has an independent sealed world? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves Sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance. I'll do my best, Yang Kai shrugged. Hua Qingxi suddenly smiled slyly. She said, Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look? That's not very good. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at her. After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it? Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, you make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now. Yang Kai grinned and said, let me try. Hua Qingxi said, that's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves Sect's puppets are divided into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves Sect can only control puppets below the Profound grade. The method to control puppets above the Earth grade has long been lost. That's right. On this main peak there are more than 30 Earth-level puppets, but Yi Hen and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of Heaven-level puppets. Yang Kai's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the Heaven-grade puppets? Yang Kai's eyes widened and he said in shock, spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, so they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, each of Thousand Leaves Sect's Heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor realm. If it's a peak Heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor realm master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Chi Yu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Shirt Song Ying stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while he spoke, You're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall? The disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Vice Sect Master, that is indeed the case. Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days? No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there. Have you managed to find out why they're here? Shirt Song Ying asked again. The disciple replied, This disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However what? However, I've heard that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster. This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy. Alchemy? A glint flashed across Song Ying's eyes as he nodded lightly. That's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much, to the point of disregarding this old master's face? The disciple asked, is it possible that little brat surnamed Yang still has extraordinary treasure pills on him? He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Song Ying's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective. Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Song Ying himself. Thinking about it, Song Ying's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. Vice Sect Master, there is another matter. The disciple spoke up again after seeing Song Ying remain silent for a long time. What is it? Song Ying asked. I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect. Song Ying's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, is this news true? The disciple replied, it's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details. Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately. Song Ying said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. Chapter 23-29. This kind of evil cultivator had a strong fondness for digging up the graves of masters, because every master's corpse could be used as a source of strength in their hands. It was also because of this that this kind of cultivator was hated by everyone no matter where they went. The technique of refining corpse puppets was definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques, an existence that was not allowed to be touched. But even so, this kind of situation was unavoidable. No matter when and where, there would always be people who were willing to risk universal condemnation and go against the law. Yang Kai never imagined that a sect like Thousand Leaves sect would actually have someone who dabbled in the technique of refining corpse puppets. The fact that the corpse king in front of him had no consciousness was one thing, but more importantly, the spirit array patterns on the surface of its body, coupled with its obviously metallic body, made it obvious that this person had been refined into a corpse puppet. Furthermore, it was a corpse puppet of the Emperor Realm's level. Who could actually refine such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without any consciousness? Yang Kai was extremely shocked in his heart. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. According to Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered this sealed world by himself. After that, the entrance to the sealed world had been closed. In other words, there was no one else other than the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation who had entered this place over the past tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai also did not find any traces of the existence of a second person. What's more, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so who had the ability to refine him into a corpse puppet? Could it be that he had refined himself into a corpse puppet? Thinking of this, Kai Yang suddenly jumped in fright. If that was really the case, it could only mean that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation's attainments in the Tao of puppetry were unparalleled. Furthermore, he had an unswerving determination and willpower that surpassed ordinary people. After all, just the thought of refining himself into a corpse puppet was horrifying. How much unbearable pain must he have endured during the entire process? But for some unknown reason, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation seemed to have failed, causing him to fall here, and his corpse gradually became like the one in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was only Yang Kai's conjecture. But he felt that it was not far from the truth. Just as his mind was racing, the struggling zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, its ghastly eyes bursting with cold light. Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and was about to kill him. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, the corpse puppet had already appeared in front of him in a flash. Once again, it swung its terrifying fist at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits, even though this corpse puppet had no intelligence. His fighting style was very monotonous and there were no changes. He only knew how to hit people with his fists. However, as the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. With just one punch from him, Yang Kai was already unable to resist. That fist intent was ferocious. It was a perfect example of the strength of the Emperor Realm. The vortex of energy was almost visible to the naked eye, as if it wanted to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. Chapter 23:35. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person? In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master Kutian have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion? From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Ruanhong Bo. Like Yi Hen, Ruanhong Bo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Now that his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruanhong Bo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, That's right, that bastard even killed my son Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him. Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the City Lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation. The pavilion master of heart-seeking pavilion also stood up. My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face. As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention? He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor realm. Over the past dozen years there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiu Zhe heard this. He smiled slightly and said, My son Chiu Yu is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This seat came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiu Yu how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi. His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day, but if that was all, why would Chiu Zhe come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time.